eastern part of Pangasinan lies the town of Tayug, the home of the country's sunflower maize. Aside from this trademark, one school in this municipality shines among others, known for its provision of quality education through excellent learners, educators, and administrators. A once small school in the past, but 2 times metamorphosed into very large and phenomenal school. Through its regulations and policies, it is undeniably a school of disciplined achievers.
The school has been a constant advocate of the school-based management. It has been the guide in the formulation of policies and decision-making of the school. All the achievements of the school can be rooted not only to its very strong implementation of the SBM, but also the unified commitment and dedication of its teachers, administrators, and countless stakeholders.
As the head of the executive committee of the premier student organization in Tayug National High School, which is the supreme student government, I manage the school by simply following our respective constitution and bylaws and school rules and regulations by formulating its policies.
Donations, expenses, and proceeds of different income-generating projects are being presented in the school transparency board of every department, promoting the culture of transparency.
The school bought an L300 van and tricycle from the proceeds of the school's Foundation Day celebration and the sales of the multi-purpose cooperative canteen.
There are numerous types of income-generating programs that the school is continuously conducting, just like the Fun Run and Fun Ride to generate funds for the Brigada Eskwela. The senior high school's technical, vocational, and livelihood strand also has their own source of income. With the cakes, pastries, and foods that they make, they are selling these goods and products to make money and use this in buying kitchen tools, equipments, and ingredients for their products.
The mathematics department has their own scholarship program, helping and financing students in dire needs from the sales of their own school canteen.
The school also have the Gulayan sa Paaralan project, growing vegetables and selling it to earn money that eventually the Supreme Student Government will use for their feeding programs. Waste management projects are also strongly implemented. Example of these programs are the Basura Ko Iuwi Ko, Basura Ko Pulot Ko, and the No Styrofoam policy that ensures proper waste management in the school. The Materials Recovery Facility of the Youth for Environment in Schools Organization Club does not only control the waste of the campus, but it also serves as a source of income. Utility personnel are also well equipped to make the collection of waste and garbages easier, not bothering the students to do the work of segregating them. The school is being supported by various stakeholders. Alumni coming from different batches are donating monoblock chairs that the school are using during school programs.
The stakeholders of Batch 1984 provided 100 mountain bikes for students who cannot afford coming to school due to the distance of their houses.
During the Brigada Eskwela, different establishments around the town are donating cleaning materials for the beautification of the school. Moreover, when the school faculty formulate new rules and policies, they make sure that the information is properly disseminated to the parents of the students, and they also visit them at home to inform them about their children's absenteeism.
Several medical missions are being conducted in the school, like the school-based immunization.
The school is known for having its intensive implementation of the disaster risk reduction and management.
The school is regularly conducting earthquake and fire drill, constantly supported by the community, the BFP, PNP, and the Barangay Council and the LGU, to ensure that the students have knowledge and skills with regards to the response of any disaster. The school also is equipped with the basic emergency response equipment donated by stakeholders. All classrooms and offices have their own 72-hour kit and first aid kit. The implementation of the disaster risk reduction and management of the school is acknowledged and recognized by the Office of the Civil Defense, Region 1, as we are a recipient of the 19th Regional Gawad Kalasag. The school is equipped with 20 CCTV cameras, donated by alumni from the United States.
Tayug National High School acknowledges the multiple intelligence by having different school programs.
The school has been a framework of academic excellence on the field of science. The special science class was established last 2006. Students were exposed to various scientific activities
and researchers honing the competence of the students in the context of school.
Meanwhile, the special program in the arts caters the needs of the students in the field of arts like singing, dancing, acting, painting, as well as creative writing. The students were able to win various awards in international and national arena and even invited to perform actually in the Asia CEO Awards night just last October 2017.
We are talking about our SPA, Special Program in Sports, that was established 2012. It was aimed to develop the skills of students who are interested in the field of sports.
Lately, the school opened its new program, the Special Program in Mathematics, to hone the skills of the students inclined in the field of mathematics.
The school was able to produce hundreds of graduates under the alternative learning system. It ensures the learners, regardless of age, sex, and social, economic status, race, will enjoy the rights and privilege of education to become productive citizen of our country.
Just like the alternative learning system, the program was able to produce graduates. Indeed, the coordinator of this program conducted a study about its implementation in the whole region.
Lastly, the school has its SPED program catering children with special needs. They are the children with autism, gifted or talented, intellectual disability, visual impairment, hearing impairment, orthopedic or physical handicap, learning disability, and speech defect.
Teachers also conducts an intervention for the student at risk of dropping out, informing the students and trying their best to prevent them from dropping out.
The institution ensures the strong implementation of the child protection policy. It provides avenue for all students to ensure the maximum enjoyment of the right to be protected from harm, danger, and violence.
Aside from implementing and advocating the school-based management, indeed, Tayug National High School considered its winning in the regional search for the Best Brigada Escuela, Best Implementing School for 3 straight years. Because of this, Tayug National High School was visited by Batak City and San Carlos City Division for benchmarking. This inked an indelible part of the history for the school that brought pride to the whole school, its faculty and staff, students, community leaders, and stakeholders. Likewise, to the whole division of Pangasinan too. It is because of the unity of our people, a unified vision of transforming Tayug National High School to provide a better place to the learners. Where there is unity, there is always a victory. Tayug National High School.
To begin today's culminating activity, we shall now acknowledge the senior high school class of 2020. To lead us, we welcome the members of the faculty headed by our OIC principal, Mr. Mark R. Martinez. OIC Senior High School Assistant Principal, Dr. Roderick R. Castillo. Mrs. Rowena D. Taba, Head Teacher 3 of English Department. We welcome the different strand coordinators, Mrs. Ingrid Margaret V. Pineda, Grade 12 Curriculum Advisor and ABM Coordinator. Mrs. Mary Grace R. Tabingo, STEM Coordinator. Mr. Jose Ma B. Estrada, UMS Coordinator. Ms. Crystal Irish D. Bocobo, GAS Coordinator. Mrs. Renea N. E. Imbornal, PVL Coordinator. And Mr. Roel Orduña, Work Immersion Coordinator. Ladies and gentlemen, our graduates and their advisors. Mrs. Diana Nisan F. Chua, STEM United States of America. Mr. Jansen B. Solomon, STEM United Kingdom. Mrs. Ingrid Margaret V. Pineda, ABM Canada. Mrs. Dana Maricar P. Ramos, ABM France. Mr. Stephen S. Soto, UMS Puerto Rico. Ms. Rhea C. Pulga, UMS Costa Rica. Mrs. May Ann E. Viloria, UMS Venezuela. Ms. Cherry Ann de Guzman, UMS Panama. Mrs. Cristel L. Casamayor, UMS Colombia. Ms. Cristel Irish D. Bocobo, GAS Mexico. Mrs. Ruby Rose Ann M. Ugma, ICT Switzerland. Mrs. Jessil G. Sison, ICT Italy. Ms. Mona Lisa V. Cercado, ICT Denmark. Ms. Katrina Jane V. Pastor, HE Germany. Mrs. Marjorie V. Sison, HE Finland. Mr. Christian Amor K. Arizala, IA Spain. Mr. Nikolai Carl E. Velasco, IA Sweden. Grade 12 Subject Teachers, Mrs. Diana Rose O. Galeto, Mrs. Gina A. Lar, Mr. Ariel I. Alias, Mr. Gerald Philip D. Casel, Mr. Mark Francis B. Goloya, Mr. Roel N. Orduña, Mr. Higino A. Villar III,
Mrs. Mary Joy M. Tobias,
Mr. Daryl F. Babu,
Let us give honor to our beloved nation as we sing the Philippine National Anthem and Pangasinan Hymn through an audio-visual presentation, followed by a prayer to be led by Junil May Martinez of UMS, Simon Aquino of TVL ICT, Harris Melchor of TVL HE, and Marigold Tulao of GAS, graduates with honors.
Go!
Mga kababayan, ang pambansa
Pambansang Awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiliw, hewas ng sinakalan, alam ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, kuya ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisingil, sa nanagang tutok sa simoy at sa langit mo pagaw, ay ginatang tudla, kawin sa pagkayang minamahal, ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na nag-iindig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pang ay di magtitingin, lumalang araw ng warhabit pagsinta, mo'y langit sa piling mo. Ang higaya na pagkay mga aking, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Father, we praise you today. We know that when we gather together, you always have a divine agenda. We love you for that, Father. We fervently pray that we will enable all of us to show forth your greatness by allowing your love to be seen in each of our lives.
Our prayer today is that your will be done through this event, our graduation day. Protect us with your grace today. Keep us physically safe and guard our hearts and minds from pride and self. Keep love at the forefront of our minds today and a guiding light for all we set out to accomplish and celebrate.
God, we trust that you are good and do good. Teach us to be your faithful people in this time of global peace. Help us to follow in the footsteps of our faithful shepherd, Jesus, who laid down his life for the sake of love. Glory his name, as we equip us with everything needed for doing your will.
We place in your gentle heart the elderly, the frail, people with disability, children, young people and families, our indigenous people, those who are poor, lonely, and isolated. As you walk with us, free them from fear, and give them patience and hope. Together with our loving care, we place our trust in you, the righteous Lord, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen.
Pangasinan niya binabing, doon mo tani aligwas,
Graduation day begins with a roller coaster of emotions for you and your families alike. We take time to celebrate and recognize your achievements despite past trials and success with hope for the future in mind. A notable writer once wrote, "To accomplish great things, we must not only act, but also dream. Not only plan, but also believe." And with all this said, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 3rd Senior High School Commencement Exercises.
Our ceremony shall focus on this year's theme, Sulong Edukalidad, championing the nation's future, which highlights the essential role of quality education in helping the Filipino learners achieve their full potential in order to fulfill their dreams and contribute meaningfully to the nation building. Despite facing the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic, we find ways to make things possible for the love of our dear graduates.
As we set the mood of our celebration, let us listen to the one and only untiring but still fluid OIC principal of the Tayug National High School. To formally welcome us, we call on our very own Mr. Mark R. Martinez.
Our deputy officials led by our STS, Dr. Danilo Simpson, sir. Our ASTS, the mother ni Dr. Eddie Obaldo, ma'am. Our municipal mayor, Attorney Carlos Trece Armapide. Department heads, teachers, parents, alumni of this school, stakeholders, community officials, students, awardees, friends, good morning. Since December 2019, the world is facing the biggest enemy that is naked to the eye. In spite of distance and boundaries, countries of the world become one in combating COVID-19. Due to this pandemic, we have to cancel graduation ceremonies physically. Many are disappointed and hurt because they are not able to wear their caps and gowns and abarais with their classmates, missing that milestone ceremony. The present time makes us worried about our future. Yet, to some, the lockdown has made us reflect more what really matters. Our humanity is defined by the relationships we forge, not by material wealth or fame. Cheer up! Today, let us go back to April 3, 2020 and imagine a world with no threat and harm, where everyone is feeling happy and secured. Let us enter the virtual world where we can celebrate the success and triumph of the graduates and parents of Batch 2020. To the graduates, focus yourself into positive perspective. Be a good citizen of this country. Make your alma mater proud. To the parents, thank you for investing your child's education with us. We, the whole faculty and staff of Tayug National High School, extend our warmest gratitude to the full support of the school programs, projects, and activities. To the teachers, I salute you for your commitment, dedication, and excellence. May you be inspired of inspiring our learners to keep the passion of learning. To our stakeholders, the ever-loving Attorney Marlene Primisillas Agabas, Attorney Tyron Damasen Agabas, Attorney Carlos Tres Armapide, Honorable Lorna Primisillas, our Sangguniang Bayan members, barangay captains and officials, may God bless you 1,000-fold for your immense support and trust to this school. Again, congratulations, Batch 2020, and mabuhay po tayong lahat.
At this juncture, we shall now listen to the motherly words of the Secretary of the Department of Education, Madam Leonor Magtolis Briones, with Dr. Roderick Castillo, the ever keen and respectable Master Teacher 2 and Senior High School Assistant Principal, to read the text.
Good morning. With pride and honor, I read to you the message of our Deputy Secretary, Madam Leonor Magtolis Briones. My warmest greetings and congratulations to the graduates of the school year 2019-2020. Graduation is a significant occasion for the graduate as this marks the milestone of your educational achievement. May this occasion inspire you to study harder for the fulfillment of your dreams and aspirations. Life may constantly offer you challenges, but you have to forge on. I salute the teachers, our unsung heroes, for molding the minds of our Filipino youth and producing among these learners the much-needed knowledge and competencies under the K-12 Basic Education Program. Ours may be long, and the prescribed duties may be exhausting, but shaping the future of this youth will definitely improve their lives. To the parents, we thank you for the sacrifices in attending to the needs of your children. Your guidance and support have helped build their confidence in themselves. You have exerted a powerful influence on their overall development. The theme of this year's end of school ride, Sulong Ito Kalidad, championing the nation's future, is consistent with the department's call for national effort towards quality basic education. DepEd is committed to providing you with the 21st century skills through the delivery of quality, accessible, relevant, and liberating basic education. We continuously strive to institute reform in our educational system to ensure that you become globally competitive and able to meet the demands of the fourth industrial revolution. Again, congratulations. Sama-sama tayo sa pagtulong ng ito kalidad. Mabuhay. Thank you.
A spiritual teacher and best-selling author, Eckhart Tolle, wrote, "Acknowledging the good that you already have in your life is the foundation of all abundance." And with that, to express her words of gratitude, we now listen to Althea G. de la Peña, ABM with highest honors.
To our officer in charge, office of the principal, Mr. Mark Martinez. To our school assistant principal, Dr. Roderick R. Castillo. To the heads of the different departments, teachers, parents, and most importantly, the graduates of class 2020. A pleasant day to all of you. I still remember our first year in senior high school. My mind was a mess, and I was full of mixed emotions. First, I was nervous to start a whole school year as a senior high student here in Tayug National High School. Second, my heart was full of excitement to meet new friends and classmates to be with during the whole senior years. Lastly, I feel burdened with how to finish my senior high school year with a laugh. To be honest with you, I have never expected nor anticipated to speak in front of you at this moment. During my senior years, I have studied hard, believing that this is the only way I can pay back my parents. But along with that, I was building unexpected relationships. Unexpected relationships that turned into a new family, a new home. While I was studying here, I felt a heartwarming welcome that somehow reminds me of home. Here in the Youth National High School, I have realized that grades or how high the numbers in your card is not more worthy to the education that the school have provided during my senior years. During my senior years, I have realized that this academic institution really didn't just taught me how to understand things, but also how to develop a co-bond with my co-youth that will be cherished forever. To the graduates of class 2020, all I can say is that we have finally made it. But as we celebrate this moment, let us express our gratitude and thanks to our friends who have made this school year full of fun, to our teachers who deserve recognition, to our parents who work hard for our dreams, to our school, and to all people who believe that you can be successful someday. To my friends, Asian family, ecstasy family, Susie, and to all who believe in me, thank you for being such an inspiration and the one I could run into whenever I am in doubt. To the principal of all senior high school officers, thank you for bringing in me as a class governor and provided the duties that have been given to you responsibly and gracious. To the senior high school department, thank you for molding us senior high students to become the better versions of ourselves and have been able to provide the education that we need for the next step of our studies, the tertiary education. To our school assistant principal, Dr. Gregory R. Castillo, my sincerest gratitude for giving us the students lessons to become a well-mannered and disciplined students during our stay here in senior high school. To my second mother, Ma'am Jovelyn Hernandez, Ma'am Ingrid Margaret Pereda, and to all accountancy, business, and management teachers, it was such an honor to be your student as an 80th student here at the Youth National High School. And to my coaches in different contests and competition, Ma'am Giselle Tison, Sir Rinaldo Tusalas, Sir Ariel Alias, Ma'am Gina Lark, Ma'am Renelia Ann Santos, Ma'am May Ann Deloria, Ma'am Bayan Easton Chua, Ma'am Renelia Ann Santos, Ma'am Marjorie Season, and to all my coaches, my sincerest thank you for helping me get out of my comfort zone and believe that I can do my best at all times. To my teachers from grade 7 to grade 12, it was such an honor to be a student for the last school year. Thank you for the knowledge, skills, and values that you have taught us as students. May you continue being such a hero and inspiration to your students. To my family, thank you for providing me the education that I need in order to fulfill my dreams. And to the parents and teachers who work out there to support us students, thank you for your love and support to us. And to my Savior and strength provider, thank you, Lord, for blessing and guiding us students to our path. May your will be done to each one of us and continue to be reminded that no matter what pandemic or crisis happens, nothing will stop from fulfilling your plan for us. And to the graduates of class 2020, this year has taught so many lessons to us. A lot of people lost their jobs. The cost of living crisis has affected the unprivileged. And so, for once, I have to today to level up your dream and be the kind of person who can emit positivity and help motivation that no one will be left behind. As what Ralph Waldo Emerson has said, the purpose of life is not to be happy, it is to be useful, to be compassionate, to be honorable, to make a difference that you have lived and lived well. Again, congratulations, Class 2020, mabuhay and malayan!
And now, the highlight of today's affair is about to unfold in our midst. The Grade 12 advisors shall now present the candidates for graduation to our OIC Principal, Mr. Mark R. Martinez, which shall be accepted and confirmed by the Education Program Supervisor 1, Dr. Lilibeth A. Daus.
Ma'am, I have the honor to present the 39 candidates for graduation of Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics, United States of America. 18 are male, 21 are female. Waiting for your confirmation, ma'am.
Ma'am, I have the honor to present the 40 candidates for graduation of Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics, United Kingdom. 18 are male, 22 are female. Waiting for your confirmation, ma'am.
Ma'am, I have the honor to present the 31 candidates for graduation of Accountancy, Business, and Management. 5 are male, 26 are female. Waiting for your confirmation, ma'am.
Ma'am, I have the honor to present the 31 candidates for graduation of Accountancy, Business, and Management, France. 5 are male and 26 are female. Waiting for your confirmation, ma'am.
Ma'am, I have the honor to present the 47 candidates for graduation of Humanities and Social Sciences, Puerto Rico. 13 are male, 34 are female. Waiting for your confirmation, ma'am.
Ma'am, I have the honor to present the 47 candidates for graduation of Humanities and Social Sciences, Costa Rica. 23 are male and 24 are female. Waiting for your confirmation, ma'am.
And I have the honor to present the 46 candidates for graduation of Humanities and Social Sciences, Venezuela. 23 are male and 23 are female. Waiting for your confirmation, ma'am.
Ma'am, I have the honor to present the 45 candidates for graduation of Humanities and Social Sciences, Panama. 21 are male and 24 are female. Waiting for your confirmation, ma'am.
Ma'am, I have the honor to present to you the 45 candidates for graduation of Humanities and Social Sciences, Colombia. 26 are male and 19 are female. Waiting for your confirmation, ma'am.
Ma'am, I have the honor to present 23 candidates for graduation under the General Academic Strand, Mexico. 16 are male and 7 are female. Waiting for your confirmation, ma'am.
Ma'am, I have the honor to present the 43 candidates for graduation of Information and Communication Technology, Switzerland. 17 are male and 26 are female. Waiting for your confirmation, ma'am.
Ma'am, I have the honor to present the 43 candidates for graduation of Information and Communication Technology, Italy. 23 are male and 20 are female. Waiting for your confirmation, ma'am.
Ma'am, I have the honor to present the 41 candidates for graduation
of Information and Communication Technology, Denmark. 26 are male and 15 are female. Waiting for your confirmation, ma'am.
Ma'am, I have the honor to present the 48 candidates for graduation of Home Economics, Germany. 7 are male, 41 are female. Waiting for your confirmation, ma'am.
Ma'am, I have the honor to present the 50 candidates for graduation of Home Economics, Finland. 13 are male, 37 are female. Waiting for confirmation.
Ma'am, I have the honor to present to you the 38 candidates for graduation of Industrial Arts, Sweden. 38 are male, waiting for your confirmation, ma'am.
Ma'am, I have the honor to present to you the 39 candidates for graduation of Industrial Arts, Spain. All are male, waiting for confirmation, ma'am.
Ma'am, I have the honor to present to you the candidates for graduation of Tayug National High School this school year, 2019-2020, composed of 331 male and 362 female, with a total of 693. I hereby request the confirming official to certify the completion of the requirements of these candidates.
By the authority vested in me through Dr. Danilo C. Season, Schools Division Superintendent, and having been presented and duly certified by the officer in charge, Office of the Principal of Tayug National High School, Mr. Mark Martinez, that you have completed the basic requirements prescribed by the Department of Education and the Basic Education Curriculum, I now confirm you graduates for school year 2019-2020. Congratulations!
Our dear graduates are fortunate for having completed their high school in one of the most prestigious and famed municipality, not only in the region, but all over the nation. How else can we be more inspired but to listen to the words of the father of our beloved municipality? Let us welcome Honorable Mayor Attorney Carlos Trece Armapili.
Good morning to everybody, especially the members of the faculty, the teachers, and of course, the graduating class of 2020. I know that this period of time is really a hard time for us, especially because of the pandemic that we are experiencing today. The pandemic is so enormous that it includes not only Philippines but entire the world. And the most affected sector of the society is the education of our children. But despite the said scenario, Tayug National High School is doing its best for its graduating class 2020. We will be graduating class of 2020 with a very non-traditional setting because there is no normal graduation to say. And it's abnormal because this is the first time that I experienced this kind of graduation in our school. And despite of that, the leaders of Tayug National High School, led by Sir Mark Martinez, has done his best for the sake of our graduating class. I congratulate each and everyone, not only the proud parents, but also the students themselves, the graduating class, and all those persons who help you in your education. Thank you so much, and I know that we in Tayug have that common denominator of integrity, cooperation, and unity. Sabi ko nga, Timpuyog Tayug. And because of Timpuyog Tayug, we are now still COVID-free community. There are only 14 towns already who are COVID-free in the entire province of Pangasinan. And in Tayug, we will implement the best protocols so that we'll be COVID-free till after this pandemic is over. Again, good morning to all of you.
We are graced this morning with the presence of a guest of honor and speaker. As Ernest Hemingway, a popular novelist and poet, put it, I have learned a great deal from listening carefully. By a speaker's word of wisdom, that will help us become a better version of ourselves. Let us now get to know our esteemed guest speaker.
My respect to our Almighty God for bringing us together for this special occasion. To our graduating students, to the proud parents, faculty, and staff of Tayug National High School, and to all the people watching today. Ladies and gentlemen, magandang buhay po sa inyong lahat. Maybe some of you are asking, why did you choose me as your guest speaker? Don't worry, I'm also asking why me. I was so shocked when my former classmate and now a teacher of Tayug National High School called me and asked me if I can be the guest speaker for the senior high school graduation. I really don't know how to respond because I'm a shy type person, especially when he asked me to record my speech because the graduation that he is talking about will be a virtual graduation which will be posted live in social media. At first, I wanted to say no. But when I think about it, amidst this pandemic, the effort of the faculty and staff just to pursue this event for the student, it's such an honor, so how am I to refuse? So I will grab this opportunity to give my deepest gratitude to the faculty and staff of Tayug National High School for giving me this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Today is a very wonderful day for our students. Today remarks your completion for the additional years of learning in high school. I would like also want to congratulate the proud parents who have been waiting for this memorable academic achievement of your children. Memorable not only because they are going to receive their long-awaited recognition, but also because we get the chance to push through this occasion despite the situation we are suffering right now. Students, how do you feel right now? I am sure we are all bothered by the question, what's next? It is normal. 20 years ago, I was just like you. I'm happy, but at the same time bothered. Bothered of the unpredictable future, bothered of the new routine, bothered of being a new surroundings, bothered if I can gain friends just like my old friends in high school. I came from a family of optometrists. Since then, they already know what I will become. But as time goes by, I started to doubt myself. Do I really want to follow the footsteps of my family members? Especially my father, who really wanted me to become an optometrist like him. Am I ready to commit myself to become an optometrist? Is this what I really wanted? Fast forward, I enrolled optometrist because this is what my father wanted me to become. Sleepless nights, tearful semesters, and stressful years passed, but I learned and discovered that this is what I really wanted. I love what I'm doing. I graduated my bachelor degrees and made my parents so proud of me. That was the best day of my life. Seeing them smile because I achieved what they wanted me to have. And seeing myself smiling because I achieved what I really wanted. Students, life is full of twists and turns. You need to firm in everything you do. Search for good and best of friends who will be with you until you reach your goals. Make your family and God the center of your motivation. When you feel like you wanted to give up, just think of them and pray. Make sure that you love what you are doing. You can excel in some aspect, but loving and satisfied with what you have, it's a different way of happiness. I know you are all ready to face the new chapter of your journey. Always remember that in everything that you think, what you really wanted, not only once, but a million times. Think about your parents, family, friends, and everyone who supported and trusted you. Open your eyes and heart to every window of opportunity. Stand firm in your decision and always believe in yourself. And always ask the guidance of our Almighty God. Again, congratulations, Batch 2020. Dream big and soar higher. Keep safe, everyone. Thank you.
Many want to be recognized, but only few have proven themselves worthy. Now, we have come to the moment when our graduates shall be recognized of their hard work. It is now official, presenting to you the graduates and their distinction.
Science, Technology, Engineering, Mathematics, United States of America. Agana Aaron Hero Q. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Joaquin F. Agana Jr. Loyalty Awardee. Aluning Cedric Berwin T. With high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Bernardo B. Aluning. First place, Tug Sayawi. First place, Sayawi. Division Science Quest. Second place, Sayawit. Third place, Tug Sayawit, National Science Quest. Ansay Edwin J. A. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Edwin A. Ramirez. Loyalty Awardee. Arizala Johnson Christian R. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Christian Amor K. Arizala. Loyalty Awardee. First place, Tug Sayawi. First place, Sayawi, Division Science Quest. And Mr. Foundation Day 2019-2020, First Prinze. Bustamante Dante Jr. E. With high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Dante M. Bustamante Sr. Conduct Awardee, Service Awardee. Cabanela John Felix B. With high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Louis B. Cabanela. Loyalty Awardee. Seventh place, Science History Quiz B, Division Science Quest. Casabar III Quintin H. With high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Quintin T. Casabar Jr. Loyalty Awardee. Corpus Mark J. C. With honors. Parents, Miss Marita C. Corpus. Loyalty Awardee. Second place, Sayawit. Third place, Tug Sayawit, National Science Quest. Hemino Lyndon Charles C. With high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Paquito M. Hemino. Conduct Awardee. Loyalty Awardee. First place, Science Spelling Individual. First place, Science Spelling Team. First place, Science and Math Trail. Third place, Science Spelling Individual. Ninth place, Best in Editorial Page, English. Wadis Nathaniel M. With high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Joel V. Wadis. Loyalty Awardee. Second place, Sayawi. Third place, Tug Sayawi, National Science Quest. Ermusura Mark Ronald T. With high honors. Parent, Miss Myla T. Hermusura. Conduct Awardee. Loyalty Awardee. First place, Tug Sayawit. First place, Sayawit, Division Science Quest. Second place, Sayawit. Third place, Tug Sayawit, National Science Quest. Makabale Jacob A. With high honors.
Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Cesar S. Macabalo. Loyalty Awardee. Second place, Sayawit National Science Quest. Third place, Tugsayawit National Science Quest. Rafael Carl Angelo T. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Anthony J. Rafael. Conduct Awardee, Loyalty Awardee, Campus Journalism Award, Best in Arts. First place, Cebol, NEC for of the month of December. First place, Editorial Cartooning Filipino, RSPC. First place, Editorial Cartooning Filipino, Division SPC. Second place, Modern Contemporary Dance, DACO. Third place, Guhit On the Spot Poster Making Contest, Panelco 3. Fifth place, On the Spot Poster Making Contest, EPC Jamboree, Special Prize Winner. Eighth place, Colors of Life, Coco Life Students, Visual Arts Competition. Second place, Best in Sports Page, Filipino DSPC. Third place, Best in News Page, Filipino. Fifth place, Best in Editorial Page, Filipino. And fifth place, Best in Feature Page, Filipino DSPC. Sarta Joshua Jason C. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Jason J. Damasco. Loyalty Awardee. Sir Kinya Isaac Noah F. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Christopher D. Sarkinia. Conduct Awardee, Loyalty Awardee, Campus Journalism Award, Best in Research. Second place, Best in Sports Page Filipino, DSPC. Third place, Best in News Page Filipino. Fifth place, Best in Editorial Page Filipino. And fifth place, Best in Feature Page Filipino. Topasi Ralph Jerry F. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Gerald B. Topasi. Orion Timothy James D. with highest honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Edward S. Story. Conduct Awardee, Loyalty Awardee, Campus Journalism Award. Fifth place, Best in Feature Page Filipino. Best in Science, Best in Innovation, Resource Speaker, San Jacinto National High School School-Based Leadership Training. Hungria Rafael Ruby G. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Ruel S. Hungria. Conduct Awardee, Loyalty Awardee. Ato Monica P. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Marsha B. Ato. Loyalty Awardee. Canlas Tricia S. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Rizalino B. Canlas. Loyalty Awardee, second place, Modern Contemporary Dance, DAPA. Katbagan Rhea May N. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Rudy C. Katbagan. Loyalty Awardee. De Castro Jerlene B. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Christopher N. De Castro. Loyalty Awardee. First place, Tugsayawit. First place, Sayawit Division Science Quest. Second place, Sayawit. And third place, Tugsayawit National Science Quest. De La Peña Angeline P. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Arnett C. De La Peña. Dizon Justin Nicole C. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Fidel T. Dizon. Loyalty Awardee. Escanio Kate Nicole C. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Melchor C. Escanio. Conduct Awardee. Loyalty Awardee. First place, Tugsayawit. First place, Sayawit Division Science Quest. Second place, Sayawit. Third place, Tugsayawit National Science Quest. Estacia Bernadette Y. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Norberto A. Estacio. Conduct Awardee, Loyalty Awardee. Hakot Christine Yu with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Arnulfo B. Hakot. Conduct Awardee, Loyalty Awardee. Habinar Jared C. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Marvin J. Habinar. Conduct Awardee. Lakaden John Lin T. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Junjun T. Lakaden. Loyalty Awardee. Makanlalay Louise Bennett S. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Louis V. Makanlalay. Loyalty Awardee. Manangan Venus Jewel B. with honors. Parent, Mr. Joel J. Manangan. Manipon Alfred E. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Alejandro J. Manipon. Conduct Awardee, Loyalty Awardee, Best in Research, and Best in Work Immersion. Ortiz Floril Jane O. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Israel L. Ortiz. Santiago Carl Denise L. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Carlos F. Santiago Jr. Loyalty Awardee, Miss Deaf Olympics 2019 Cluster Level. First place, Tugsayawit. First place, Sayawit Division Science Quest. Second place, Sayawit. Third place, Tugsayawit National Science Quest. Serrano Jobel S. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Colpiano M. Serrano Jr. Loyalty Awardee. Suyat Lilibet A. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Segundino L. Suyat. Loyalty Awardee. Vicente Mary Ann P. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Saturnino R. Vicente Jr. Conduct Awardee, Loyalty Awardee. Vidad Juvie B. with high honors. Parent, Ms. Rodora P. Vidal. Villare Rina Jane C. With high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Ruel R. Villare. Conduct awardee, Loyalty awardee. Once again, the graduates of STEM, United States of America, with their advisor, Diana Nisan F. Chua.
Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics, United Kingdom. Abaga Errol B. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Roel C. Abaga. Loyalty awardee. Acosta Carl John D. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Edwin F. Acosta. Loyalty awardee. Agne Mark Lester C. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Wilfredo A. Agne. Loyalty awardee. Cantor Roel Q. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Rolly T. Cantor. De Vera Kevin Andrew N. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. John M. De Vera. Champion, Tug Sayawit and Sayawit Division Science Quest. Dulay Dan Paulo D. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Dominador O. Dulay Jr. Loyalty awardee. Champion, Tug Sayawit and Sayawit Division Science Quest. Second place Sayawit, third place Tug Sayawit National Science Quest. Esteban Patricio F. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Benigno P. Esteban Jr. Labsan Jerickson G. With high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Fedoro A. Labsan Jr. Loyalty awardee. Lozano Mark Louis G. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Marlo A. Lozano. Champion, Tug Sayawit and Sayawit Division Science Quest. Second place Sayawit, third place Tug Sayawit National Science Quest. Obilio Mark J. L. With honors. Parent, Mrs. Susana L. Obilio. Loyalty awardee. Paramio Justin L. With high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Ronald S. Paramio. Loyalty awardee. Champion, Tug Sayawit and Sayawit Division Science Quest. Second place Sayawit, third place Tug Sayawit National Science Quest. Paraino Patrick Ruben D. With high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Rodolfo L. Paraino Jr. Loyalty awardee. Rombawa Jasper L. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Josefino S. Rombawa Sr. Champion, Tug Sayawit and Sayawit Division Science Quest. Second place Sayawit, third place Tug Sayawit National Science Quest. Serapion Mark Gerson D. With high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Roger R. Serapion. Loyalty awardee. Soriano Philip Jones T. With high honors. Parents, Miss Josie T. Soriano. Loyalty awardee. Tomas John Louis L. With high honors. Parents, Mrs. Lucia L. Tomas. Velasco Paul Lawrence D. With high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Preferio S. Velasco. Viernes Billy M. With high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Conrado J. Viernes Jr. Loyalty awardee. Best in work immersion. Arquero Jessa S. With high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Reynaldo F. Arquero Sr. Balanay Alisa Marie, with honors. Parents, Miss Marjorie B. Balanay. Cadano Berjan Marie V., with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Bernard C. Cadano. Carolino Crystal May M., with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Hardy C. Carolino. Carrera Donita P., with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Pelesio N. Carrera Jr. Ignacio Crishamay N., with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Wenceslao P. Ignacio, Loyalty Awardee. Javier Eliza May M., with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Amado B. Javier, Loyalty Awardee. Lecaros Crystal Gale G., with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Jesus O. Lecaros, Loyalty Awardee. Lopez Morin, with high honors. Parent, Miss Gloria D. Lopez, Loyalty Awardee. Champion, Tug Sayawit and Sayawit Division Science Quest. Second place, Sayawit. Third place, Tug Sayawit National Science Quest. Macapagal Aisha P., with high honors. Parent, Miss Shirley L. Pimentel, Loyalty Awardee. Manas Clarice Jane C., with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Rolando C. Manas, Loyalty Awardee. Maon Herzlia Kyle M., with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Larry C. Maon. Nieva Camila Kim Q., with high honors. Parent, Miss Raquel V. Quinton, Loyalty Awardee. 9th place, On the Spot Painting Division Science Quest. Ortiguero Tabitha M., with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Victor B. Ortiguero. Ortiz Jamaica M., with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Ruben O. Ortiz. Pahela Desiree C., with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Neil B. Pahela, Loyalty Awardee, Conduct Awardee. Pascual Shanila R., with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Vic Q. Pascual. Perez Caril May P., with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Clarito A. Perez. Ramirez Lea Monique B., with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Leonardo B. Ramirez, Loyalty Awardee. 7th place, Sci Art Division Science Quest. Ruiz RBD, with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Renato E. Ruiz, Loyalty Awardee. Vinci Cruz Casey Ann M., with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Anthony M. Vinci Cruz, Champion, Tug Sayawit and Sayawit Division Science Quest. 2nd place, Sayawit. 3rd place, Tug Sayawit National Science Quest. Zareno Trishadel A., with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Rodelio M. Zareno, Champion, Environmental Sad and Glad Picture, Division Science Quest. Once again, the graduates from Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics, United Kingdom, with their advisor, Jansen V. Solomon.
Humanities and Social Sciences, Puerto Rico. Abuan Regine Joyce L., with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Alan B. Abuan. Acosta Regine F. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Ronel E. Acosta. Loyalty awardee. Almerol Judea Dios and L. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Diosdado and Almerol. Loyalty awardee. Ato May Rose E. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Elsa T. Ato. Loyalty awardee. Barlongo Mebi M. with high honors. Parent, Miss Mercy Barlongo. Loyalty awardee. Buen KNS with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Francisco Buen Jr. Loyalty awardee. Bustillos Ira Camille R. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Sixto D. Bustillos Jr. Loyalty awardee. Kabatbat Leia C. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Jaime Kabatbat. Loyalty awardee. Canlas Justin G. with high honors. Parent, Mrs. Rosemary G. Canlas. Loyalty awardee. Castillo Marcelina A. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Hermihildo R. Castillo. Loyalty awardee. Estrada King Rainer O. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Ray A. Estrada. Loyalty awardee. Fernandez Leia Jane M. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Lando C. Fernandez. Loyalty awardee. Ganyo Angela G. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Arnulfo Ganyo. Loyalty awardee. Garcia John Jefferson B. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Joselito Garcia. Loyalty awardee. Garcia Lorraine Y. with high honors. Parent, Mrs. Ligaya Y. Garcia. Gloy Gabriela M. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Susan M. Guloy. Intendencia Danica Joy B. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Danny C. Intendencia. Loyalty awardee. Ako Jessa May C. with high honors. Parent, Mrs. G.E.C. Hakon. Loyalty awardee. Javier Vanessa G. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Marlon A. Javier. Loyalty awardee. Lacaden Simon Cedric R. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Robert F. Lacaden. Service awardee. Loyalty awardee. Legaspi Mary Christie with high honors. Parent, Mrs. Renesita T. Legaspi. Loyalty awardee. Lopez Shirley May A. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Johnny Lopez. Loyalty awardee. Magabo Maurice Maxine F. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Henry I. Magabo. Loyalty awardee. Marquez Josh Aaron M. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Arnold S. Marquez. Loyalty awardee. Martinez Junil May C. With high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. June R. Martinez. Meriliana Nathaniel G. With high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Ferdinand and Meriliana. Loyalty awardee. Meshas Jocelyn C. With high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Jimmy C. Meshas Jr. Senior. Loyalty awardee. Micabalos Sara Grace A. With high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Marino T. Micabalo Jr. Leadership awardee for Supreme Student Government President. Olivette Tricia May R. With high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Teodoro M. Olivette. Loyalty awardee. Aurelio Eliza N. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Ronaldo S. Aurelio. Loyalty awardee. Pecardal Katrina Joy D. With honors. Parent, Miss Tina D. Pecardal. Loyalty awardee. Pineda Juvie R. With high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Samson C. Pineda. Loyalty awardee. Polido Nathaniel Carr and Min T. With high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Nathaniel Polido. Loyalty awardee. First place, Math History Group Category. Third place, Math History Individual Category, National Science Quest. And fifth place, Sudoku, National Science Quest. Ramirez Gabriel Dave A. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Noel M. Ramirez. Ramirez Stephanie Lawrence A. With high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Rogelio P. Ramirez. Loyalty awardee. Ramos Romelin M. With high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Romel S. Ramos. Loyalty awardee. Luis Lawrence Angelo M. With high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Lori C. Ruiz. Loyalty awardee. Tabasan Mark John B. With high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Susana B. Tabasan. Loyalty awardee. Tambawan Mary Lorraine L. With high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Roger S. Tambawan. Loyalty awardee. Tejada Aime R. With high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Dick B. Tejada. Loyalty awardee. Tubon Tricia A. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Tomas T. Tubon. Loyalty awardee. Valdez Jose Daniel M. With high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Ronnie F. Valdez. Loyalty awardee. Biernes John Ashley D. With high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Rodolfo M. Biernes Jr. Loyalty awardee. Deloria Jerlyn Grace N. With high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Edgar F. Deloria. Binuan Angelica Y. with high honors. Parent, Mrs. Alma Y. Binluan. Loyalty Awardee, Leadership Awardee for Supreme Student Government. Binluan John Mark Neal T. with high honors. Parent, Mrs. Joanna T. Binluan. Loyalty Awardee. Vino Angelo O. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Orlando F. Vino. Loyalty Awardee. The graduates of Humanities and Social Sciences, Puerto Rico, with their advisors, Stephen Suyat Soto.
Humanities and Social Sciences, Costa Rica. Abelia Gianmarco E. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Alfredo P. Abelia. Loyalty Awardee. Abirin Jennifer C. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Marlon L. Abirin. Loyalty Awardee. Ambuyok John William L. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Wilmer S. Ambuyok. Loyalty Awardee. Aragon Garin Nicole B. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Gary R. Aragon. Conduct Awardee. Loyalty Awardee. Silver Olympic 2019 Palarong Pambansa. 30 meters silver. 50 meters gold. Half pita silver. Division meet. Arana Jovel Anti with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Romy P. Arana. Loyalty Awardee. Aramoso Julius Renz D. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Miss Dean N. Aramoso. Service Awardee. Conduct Awardee. Loyalty Awardee. Ariola Charles V. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Charlie A. Ariola. Loyalty Awardee. Barlongo Eunice L. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Eugenio A. Barlongo. Loyalty Awardee. Kabantak Ana Marie E. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Noel O. Kabantak. Loyalty Awardee. Campbell Jessica Faith H. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Rolando C. Campbell. Loyalty Awardee. Sardeniola Tresha May D. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Roy R. Sardeniola. Loyalty Awardee. Cerezo Lester Jarin H. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Danilo V. Cerezo. Loyalty Awardee. Constante Edaflor with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Leo B. Balanay. Contawi Lizelle E. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Felix S. Contawi. Dakasin Patrick John R. with honors. Parent, Mrs. Lani P. Reyes. Royalty Awardee. Diaz Rica May R. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Federico D. Diaz. Loyalty Awardee. Espiritu Rafael Kenneth R. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Raul T. Espiritu. Loyalty Awardee. Estrofo Maria Eloisa G. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Alejo A. Estrofo. Loyalty awardee. Ferrer Winalyn B. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Welwin M. Ferrer. Fontanilla Ardel M. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Arsenio C. Fontanilla. Conduct awardee. Loyalty awardee. Gabia Martian D. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Ricardo D. Gabia. Loyalty awardee. Gabot Cherry Marie S. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Loreto R. Gabot. Loyalty awardee. Gapasin Adrian G. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Demetrio C. Gapasin Jr. Juan Julian M. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Manny G. Juan. Loyalty awardee. Laborera Ira Joy C. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Arnold A. Laborera. Lazaro Jose Alexandrius S. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Alexander A. Lazaro. Loyalty awardee. Lopez Nicole A. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Daldi Z. Lopez. Loyalty awardee. Lozano Jonard C. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Warlito I. Lozano. Loyalty awardee. Lozano Kathleen M. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Wilfredo R. Lozano. Magana Jensen Ray C. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Reynaldo C. Magana. Loyalty awardee. Matusalem Grace O. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Mariano S. Matusalem Jr. Macshon Wendy Macy. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Wilfredo D. Macshon. Loyalty awardee. Opong Cassandra Amor S. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Arturo P. Sotelo. Loyalty awardee. Ordan Earl Francis A. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Edmundo A. Ordan. Loyalty awardee. Orogo Realin V. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Reggie C. Orogo. Loyalty awardee. Ortiz Rogel A. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Renato O. Ortiz. Loyalty awardee. Ramunal Jeho T. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. FML Drepen H. Ramunal. Loyalty awardee. Division Science Quest second placer. Sci Bible Quiz. Best in Work Immersion. Ramos Wilfredo Jr. V. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Wilfredo Ramos Sr. Loyalty awardee. Rodriguez Angeline M. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Jerry R. Rodriguez. Loyalty awardee. Romero John Justin L. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Jimmy O. Romero. Loyalty awardee.
Ruiz Lea O. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Crisostomo A. Ruiz, Loyalty Awardee. Sibayan Bill D. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Amante P. Sibayan, Conduct Awardee. Suprimido Jr. Leo C. With honors. Parent, Mrs. Vilma C. Suprimido, Loyalty Awardee. Tubon Jeffrey P. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Holyan T. Tubon, Loyalty Awardee. Tubon Jeremy C. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Eldipidio C. Tubon, Loyalty Awardee. Tukay Arlene M. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Artemio T. Tukay, Conduct Awardee, Loyalty Awardee. Once again, Humanities and Social Sciences Costa Rica, with their advisor, Rhea C. Pulga.
Humanities and Social Sciences, Venezuela. Agonia Mark Agustin D. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Elmer D. Agonia, Loyalty Awardee. Ato Nathaniel N. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Pacifico P. Ato, Loyalty Awardee. Baguhin Ronel O. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Socrates D. Baguhin, Service Awardee. Bangkod Carlos Miguel N. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Noel M. Bangkod, Loyalty Awardee. Baraka Mark Benjamin N. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. June Baraka, Loyalty Awardee. Calabokal RBB. With honors. Parents, Mrs. Rosalinda B. Calabokal. Canino Darwin R. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Nesper B. Canino, Loyalty Award. Claros John Paul D. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Jonathan Valirosa, Loyalty Award. Domondon Shane Randall M. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Randy R. Domondon, Loyalty Award. Esteban Jomar A. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Ednaline A. Esteban, Loyalty Award. Galera Dexter Allen B. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Raul A. Galera, Loyalty Award. Gaspi Lance N.O.B. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Randy S. Gaspi. Ibasco Orlando L. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Albert L. Ibasco. La Rocco EJC. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Emmanuel M. La Rocco. Ligon Mark RGC. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Carlos M. Ligon, Loyalty Award. Mendoza Marco S. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Rodora F. Mendoza, Loyalty Award. Milian John Edson B. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Edwin T. Milian, Conduct Awardee, Loyalty Award. Ramirez Lloyd Maverick B. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Eddie B. Ramirez,
Loyalty Awardee. Rimando Dario G. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Dante G. Rimando Sr. Loyalty Awardee. Romero Dan Piolo C. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Sergio S. Romero. Loyalty Awardee. Luis Jr. Adonis P. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Adonis B. Ruiz Sr. Sarihan Jason B. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Samuel C. Sarihan. Loyalty Awardee. Severino J. Vincent S. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Vincent J. Severino. Loyalty Awardee. Agustin Angelina S. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Angel O. Agustin. Conduct Awardee. Bakyat Eliza Maris U. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Maribik U. Bakyat. Basadre Maria Moore J. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Teresita J. Basadre. Loyalty Awardee. Canillas Jessica C. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Melita C. Canillas. Conduct Awardee. Fontanilla Maria Micaela M. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Michael B. Balago. Loyalty Awardee. Fontanilla Merlin D. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Freddie Fontanilla. Loyalty Awardee. Ganyo Maylene D. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Stephen O. Ganyo. Conduct Awardee. Loyalty Awardee. Best in Work Immersion. Garcia Jo Marie C. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Milagro C. Garcia. Loyalty Awardee. Jacinto Edeline B. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Edmond E. Jacinto. Loyalty Awardee. Lopez Erica May P. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Mariflor P. Lopez. Conduct Awardee. Mayo and Angel Ann C. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Donald E. Mayo. Medrano Jolene Lourdes G. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Julio A. Medrano. Mendoza Angelica C. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Mateo B. Mendoza. Rio Florido Janelle C. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Jonelle J. Rio Florido. Loyalty Awardee. Sanchez Rochelle G. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Sharon G. Sanchez. Loyalty Awardee. First place Women's Volleyball Category Division Level. Solis Annalyn E. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Amarsola A. Solis. Loyalty Awardee. Soria Celine Shira Gale M. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Cecilia V. Soria Jr. Loyalty Awardee. Tenedero Rosemary G. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Edwin C. Tenedero. Tolete Diane Rose M. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Rolly N. Tolete. Loyalty Awardee. Valdez Devina May M. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Encarnacion Munoz. Viernes Giselle E.S. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Diego A. Viernes, Loyalty Award. Ilorda Jasmine May Hugh with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Elmer V. Ilorda, SSG Leadership Award. Ilorda Queenie Y with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Martina Y. Ilorda, Conduct Awardee, Loyalty Award. Once again, Humanities and Social Sciences, Venezuela, with Mayan L. Esquivel Gloria as the Red Bison.
Humanities and Social Sciences, Panama. Basilio Glendale C. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Redan E. Basilio, Loyalty Awardee. Bautista Kenneth B. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Tomas C. Bautista, Conduct Awardee. Bautista Tom John B. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Tomas C. Bautista, Conduct Awardee. Buyao Raymore John B. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Rolando C. Buyao, Loyalty Awardee. Caballo Neil S. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Lorenzo R. Caballo, Loyalty Awardee. De Vera Carlo B. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Carlos Trescia De Vera, Conduct Awardee, Loyalty Awardee. Decano McGill G. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Honorato H. Decano. Doza John Dexter Q. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Normie Ebreo Doza. Fajardo Justice F. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Joel S. Fajardo. Fudan John Lester M. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Ernie M. Fudan, Loyalty Awardee. Gallas John Vincent F. Gallas John Vincent H. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Jolian G. Gallas, Loyalty Awardee. Gomez Fred Wilmar D. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Wilfredo E. Gomez, Loyalty Awardee. Gomez Mark John L. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Armando B. Gomez, Loyalty Awardee. Hidalgo Raymart M. Parent, Mr. and Mrs. Roberto de la Cruz Hidalgo. Magaro Albert I. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Alfredo Magaro, Loyalty Awardee. Pacarit Jerome P. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Danilo G. Pacarit, Loyalty Awardee. Cerejo Jasper G. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. J. Rubin Cerejo, Loyalty Awardee. Sullivan John Michael P. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Rodrigo R. Sullivan, Loyalty Awardee. Teves Edwin. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Emilia G. Teves. Tipon Ferdinand Jr. V. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Ferdinand S. Mr. and Mrs. Ferdinand Sr. A. Tipon, Loyalty Awardee. Vizcara Mark Nelson V. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Noelson L. Pahina. Barlongo Jamaica A. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Herminho G. Barlongo. Kakpal Natasha Zodi with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Arsenio G. Kakpal, Conduct Awardee. Canoza Carmela P. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Modesto T. Canoza, Loyalty Awardee. Dagundon Rona G. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Ronilio L. Dagundon, Conduct Awardee, Loyalty Awardee. Dalumbar Nena Marie H. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Rene L. Dalumbar, Conduct Awardee, Loyalty Awardee. De Vera Marie Joy C. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Sonny G. De Vera, Loyalty Awardee. De Vera Rain Nicole C. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Remar Deline De Vera, Loyalty Awardee. De La Vega Nicole S. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Nelson T. De La Vega, Loyalty Awardee. Donato Giselle R. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Marlon C. Donato, Conduct Awardee. Choco Mariali G. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Alejo Ace Choco, Loyalty Awardee. Gagliarde Mary Grace J. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Merlito P. Gagliarde, Conduct Awardee, Loyalty Awardee. Hermoso Jubel C. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Johnny L. Hermoso. Oriña Daisy May P. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Manuel P. Oriña, Conduct Awardee. Padilla Charlotte C. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Salvador C. Padilla, Loyalty Awardee. Ramos Julia Ri M. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Jerry Ramos, Conduct Awardee, Loyalty Awardee. Retonda Micalia Joy P. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Chofilo F. Retonda, Loyalty Awardee. Rosario Stella T. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Ronald B. Rosario, Conduct Awardee, Loyalty Awardee. Taasin Wilma Teresa F. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. William T. Taasin, Loyalty Awardee. Tabihe Gemma M. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Roy R. Tabihe, Conduct Awardee. Tadeo Angeline P. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Aldrin L. Tadeo. Tagat Mary Ann C. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Alberto C. Tagat, Loyalty Awardee. Tipon Eliza Rose G. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Angelino D. Tipon, Loyalty Awardee. Yangat Robelin C. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Reynaldo C. Yangat. Yangat Ronaldin C. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Reynaldo C. Yangat. Once again, our graduates from Humanities and Social Sciences, Panama, with their advisor, Cherry Ann Didi Guzman.
Humanities and Social Sciences, Columbia. Amistoso Vincent P. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Noel A. Amistoso. Balala Mel Christian T. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Mariano T. Balala, Loyalty Award. Bautista John Laico R. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Cipriano V. Bautista Jr. Cabada Erasto Levy D. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Rodolfo M. Cabada Jr. Loyalty Award. Carbonell J. Rick B. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Jason C. Carbonell. Loyalty Award. Carino Conrado Jr. M. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Conrado M. Carino Sr. Castillo Vincent C. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Rogelio F. Castillo. Loyalty Award. Corpus Jenner M. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Salvador Corpus. Ebrio Lexter OGB. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Leoncio B. Ebreo Jr. Ebreo Mark Jean S. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Teddy Ebreo. Loyalty Award. Erese Justin Kenji T. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Richard Sonny Erese. Loyalty Award. Estimada Frederick L. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Freddy Estimada. Loyalty Award. Fajardo Angelo L. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Reynaldo B. Fajardo. Gallardo Christian F. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Loreto Gallardo. Gonzalo Noel Jr. G. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Noel A. Gonzalo Sr. Loyalty Award. Hassan Kindred Lan D. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Halanuddin D. Hassan. Champion Tig Sayawit. Champion Sayawit Division Science Quest. Second place Sayawit. Third place Sayawit National Science Quest and Loyalty Award. Magaro Romnick P. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Hilario P. Magaro. Loyalty Award. Mapalo Adrian A. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Dominador Mapalo. Loyalty Award. Ortega Wilson King M. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Wilson S. Ortega. Loyalty Award. Palumbari Rodolfo III. With honors. Parent, Miss May L. Palumbari. Pasholes Jerry T. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. William Pasholes. Loyalty Award. Pinko Cedric Joseph P. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Cyrus Joseph Pinko Sr. Clarence Loreto John Christian S. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Ross Berlin S. Clarence. Conduct Awardee. Tandok Albert Trece B. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Alberto B. Tandok. Vicente Julius M. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Jimmy Vicente. Loyalty Award. Vistro Julius Alex M. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Bernardo O. Vistro. Loyalty Award. Ancheta Maria Teresa P. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Guillermo Ancheta. Loyalty Award. Casal Pearl Hyacinth I. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Maricar Ilafing Casal. Loyalty Awardee, Conduct Awardee. Dayo Perena O. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Renan D. Dayo. Loyalty Awardee, Conduct Awardee. De Vera Ana Rachel F. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Alejo A. De Vera. Loyalty Awardee. Espiritu Lea May P. With honors, Mr. and Mrs. Leo Espiritu. Conduct Awardee. Espos Carla Luisa A. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Philip Espos. Prihiliana Brilin Joy F. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Francisco D. Prihiliana. Loyalty Awardee. Gulia Janine Angelica F. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Jonathan S. Gulia. Conduct Awardee. Gumpad Paula Jessica G. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Robert A. O. Gumpad. Best in Work Immersion. Hakot Sandra Nicole B. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Benny Hakot. Loyalty Awardee. Marcelino Jolina E. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Walter D. Marcelino. Conduct Awardee. Meting Annie C. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Alejandro C. Meting. Loyalty Awardee. Mingwa Jonah N. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Victor B. Mingwa. Conduct Awardee. Narad Pamela Jean B. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Presbivino D. Narad. Loyalty Awardee. Conduct Awardee. Noles Marisa S. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Salvador Noles. Conduct Awardee. Ochina Mary Joy P. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Meliton D. Ochina. Taasin Kristen Joy F. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. William Taasin. Belarde Gemma A. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Hill Belarde. Loyalty Awardee. Binluan Vanessa T. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Benjamin Binluan. Conduct Awardee. Awardees of Humanities and Social Sciences Columbia with their advisor, Cristil L. Casamayor.
In the eastern part
Accountancy, Business and Management, Canada. Kakayan Nathaniel M. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Noliedo A. Kakayan. Champion, 17th National Science Quest Sci Modeling. Top 7, Division Science Quest 2019, Ginoong Kalikasan. Best in Work Immersion. De Guzman Emmanuel Q. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Samuel C. De Guzman. Loyalty Awardee, Conduct Awardee. Lastimosa Jeremy E. with highest honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Fernando C. Lastimosa. 5th place, 17th National Science Quest Impromptu Speaking English. 3rd place, Division Science Quest 2019 Impromptu Speaking English. Conduct Awardee, Loyalty Awardee, Best in Work Immersion. Mayandok Joe Ivan M. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Valentino M. Mayandok, Conduct Awardee. Nina Emerson B. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Edwin C. Nina, Loyalty Awardee. Andrada Erica O. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Federico B. Andrada. Awatin Vera Nicole B. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Venus D. Awatin, Loyalty Awardee. Buenafe Camille Ann M. with high honors. Parent, Miss Jerry R. Buenafe, Loyalty Awardee. Ines Syra C. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Ronilo Cabonce. Corsanes Camille B. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Jeji B. Corsanes, Loyalty Awardee. De La Peña Altea G. with highest honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Melchor S. De La Peña, Loyalty Awardee, Conduct Awardee, Service Awardee, Best in Work Immersion, Campus Journalism Award, Third Runner-Up Binibining Kalikasan 2020 National Science Quest, Best in Casualware Binibining Kalikasan 2020 National Science Quest, Second place Impromptu Speaking Filipino National Science Quest, Champion Binibining Kalikasan 2019 Division Science Quest, Most Articulate Binibining Kalikasan 2019 Division Science Quest, Second place Division English Olympics Spoken Poetry, Second place DSPC School Paper Contest Ang Susi Sports Page, Third place Division Science Quest Impromptu Speaking Filipino, Third place DSPC 2019 School Paper Contest Ang Susi News Page, Fourth place, Tagisan ng Talento, Dagliang Talumpati Division Level. Fifth place, DSPC 2019 School Paper Contest Ang Susi Editorial Page. Fifth place, DSPC 2019 School Paper Contest Ang Susi Feature Page. Best in Mathematics. Istigoy Ginny Vic A. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Victor R. Istigoy. Florendo Chris Jamaica M. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. William G. Florendo. Libaton Ershi Marie A. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Amado C. Libaton, Loyalty Awardee. Magat Mary Grace B. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Marcelino I. Magat. Mamaril Micaela Marie A. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Mariano S. Mamaril. Martos Erica Kim D. with highest honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Maven R. Martos, Loyalty Awardee. Mingwa Bernaros V. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Bernie D. Mingwa, Loyalty Awardee. Nardo John Angeli T. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Leonardo T. Nardo, Best Supporting Actress Pangasinan Police Provincial Film Festival 2019, Loyalty Awardee. Norberte Carl Angela J. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Rodel M. Norberte. Ordoña Janine C. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Joe M. Ordoña, Loyalty Awardee. Tagal Christine May Joy A. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Ariel L. Tagal. Paragas Rubilin Kate F. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Arnel C. De La Peña, Loyalty Awardee. Pascua Renalyn D. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Roland C. Pascua. Pimentel Carlene Faye R. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Carlito L. Pimentel. Retotal Evelyn G. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Edgardo A. Retotal. Rosario Madeline J. with high honors. Parent, Mrs. Susita J. Rosario. Champion, Sci Modeling National Science Quest. Best in Recycled Costume National Science Quest. Best in Modern Attire National Science Quest. Star of the Night Pangasinan Police Provincial Film Festival 2019. Sertinia Edeline G. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Rufino R. Sertinia. Tolentino Angelica D. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Angel D. Tolentino. Velarde Denry N. with high honors. Parent, Mr. and Mrs. Ray G. Velarde. Victoria Jenizel G. with high honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Menelio C. Victorio. Once again, graduates from Accountancy, Business and Management, Canada, with their advisor, Mrs. Ingrid Margaret Velasco Pineda. Accountancy, Business and Management, France. Castulo Romnick P. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Jovencio A. Castulo Jr., Loyalty Awardee. Claros Fitzgerald F. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Fernando D. Claros, Loyalty Awardee. Third place, Division Meet Baseball. Danao Harold Jr. G. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Harold C. Danao. Mina Richard F. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Roberto C. Mina. Sacular John Paul S. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Efren C. Sacular. Agas Christine Joy S. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Elgas Castino. Aguilar Monica B. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. L.V. Aguilar, Loyalty Awardee. Aguilar Monica B. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. L.V. Aguilar, Royalty Awardee. Aligam Ana Katrina R. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Wilson T. Aligam Jr., Service Awardee. Alina Jasmine A. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Benjamin H. Alina, Royalty Awardee. Arguesa Angela Mel L. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Maripel Arguesa, Royalty Awardee. Gold medalist Congressional Meet Taekwondo, Bronze medalist Division Meet Taekwondo. Bernal Regine A. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Rogelio R. Bernal, second place, Division Festival of Talents, Contemporary Arts. Kalantok Elizaya Keith. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Andrea Kalantok. Claros Danessa F. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Salvador Claros, Royalty Awardee. De La Rosa Angelica Jones E. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Rogelio De La Rosa.
Tupusin Girly S with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Edgar V. Tupusin. Gavina Kim Chloe F. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Randolph S. Gavina. Giritan Jacqueline Joy M. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Ana Corazon Giritan, Loyalty Awardee. Manoho Mezi M. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Sani M. Manoho, Loyalty Awardee. Marticio Camille N. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Clara L. Marticio. Nina Mariel P. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Marvin C. Mina. Narcisa Maribel E. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Carmen E. Narcisa, Loyalty Awardee. Norberta Princess Charlie Joy P. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Richard Norbeta, Loyalty Awardee. Second place, Division Festival of Talents, Contemporary Arts. Octa Hannah Patricia with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Lily M. Octe. Ragindin Delma Bless E. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Donald Ragindin, Royalty Awardee. Ramirez Daniela May D. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Danielle S. Ramirez. Salarda Jonaline O. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Nelson B. Salarda, Royalty Awardee. Sanchez Trixie G. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Loreline M. Hines, National Science Quest Sci Modeling and Environmental Modeling. Sarkinia Nobeliza A. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Felicissima A. Sarkinia. Silang Maritoni O. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Tony E. Silang. Suyat Elisha Joy A. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Willie V. Suyat. Ilarda Francis Diane H. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Irish Francis A. Ilarda. Second place, Division Festival of Talents, Contemporary Arts. Once again, Accountancy, Business, and Management France with our advisor, Dana Maricar P. Ramos.
General Academic Strand, Mexico. Balen Brian M. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Nolly Boy P. Balen. Loyalty awardee. Benito Romel G. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Renato B. Benito. Loyalty awardee. Bibat Janvel D. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Rosalindo L. Bibat Jr. Loyalty awardee. Bustillos Justin F. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Edward S. Bustillos. Cabubos John Angelo A. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Andres Antes Cabobos. Loyalty awardee. Kayaban Mark Jamir L. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Jumar Kayaban. Loyalty awardee. Galyanes Jason. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Joel E. Valdez. Loyalty awardee. Herrera L. Marci. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Ernesto L. Herrera. Service awardee. Makato Carl Frederick D. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Alfredo E. Makato Jr. Loyalty awardee. Mendoza Denver Team. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Dean N. Purificacion. Monas II Bacario D. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Ferdinand R. Monas. Loyalty awardee. Moyano Ethan Earl R. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Edwin J. Moyano. Nolido Darren D. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Zenaida B. Vasquez. Palabay Dimar John G. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Orlando S. Palabay. Second place, Contemporary Dance Division Festival of Talents. 8th place, Collage Making Division Science Quest. Pasqua Benjay G. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Reynaldo P. Pasqua. Loyalty awardee. Tolentino Marvin M. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Ronald R. Tolentino. Bulao Marigold B. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Rodel P. Bulao. Campo Aiza S. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Joel H. Campo. Loyalty awardee. Kayabyab Vanessa S. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Erwin P. Kayabyab. Loyalty awardee. Grijalvo Mary Grace. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Janice D. Grijalvo. Malianta Brayley Mars L. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Lauro S. Malianta Jr. Naipes Mary Glo L. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Elesio A. Naipes. Punong Bayan Jocelyn Keith I. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Jesus C. Punong Bayan. Loyalty awardee. Once again, our graduates from General Academic Strand with their advisor, Crystal Irish D. Bukobo.
In the eastern part
Technical Vocational Livelihood Track, starting off with Information and Communications Technology, Switzerland. Aquino Simon with high honors. Parent Mrs. Perlita M. Aquino. Conduct awardee, Loyalty awardee. Agas Jerome Jaira G. with honors. Parents Mr. and Mrs. Renzi D. Aga. Agustin Mark Francis C. with honors. Parent Mrs. Violeta Agustin. Conduct awardee, Loyalty awardee. Alap J.R.C. with honors. Parent Mrs. Josephine C. Alap. Conduct awardee, Loyalty awardee. Alvarez John Earl Nathaniel T. with honors. Parents Mr. and Mrs. Alejandro M. Alvarez Jr. Aquino Janiel Allen G. with honors. Parents Mr. and Mrs. Orlino R. Aquino. Conduct awardee, Loyalty awardee. Batallones Raimel John B. with honors. Parents Mr. and Mrs. Ricardo E. Batallones. Loyalty awardee. Cabato Jeremiah M. with honors. Parents Mr. and Mrs. Leonardo S. Cabato. Loyalty awardee. Cabobos Nathaniel S. with honors. Parents Mr. and Mrs. Narla S. Cabobos. Conduct awardee, Loyalty awardee. Casting Kyle Divinus M. with honors. Parents Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Levan S. Cassie. Conduct awardee, Loyalty awardee. Collado Jason R. with honors. Parents Mr. and Mrs. Jackson P. Collado. Conduct awardee, Loyalty awardee. Cornel Angelo R. with honors. Parents Mr. and Mrs. Rogelio Cornelio. Conduct awardee, Loyalty awardee. Pugal Lywell X. with honors. Parents Mr. and Mrs. Noel F. Pugal. Loyalty awardee. Ramirez John Lloyd A. with honors. Parents Mr. and Mrs. Joel A. Ramirez. Conduct awardee, Loyalty awardee. Ramos Darren Jones C. with honors. Parent Mrs. Melody B. Ramos. Conduct awardee. Tolentino Ronald B. with honors. Parents Mr. and Mrs. Ruben B. Tolentino. Conduct awardee. Gloria John Iverson F. with honors. Parents Mr. and Mrs. Sonny and Gloria. Loyalty awardee. Abenohar Veronica D. with honors. Parents Mr. and Mrs. Isabella Abenohar Jr. Conduct awardee, Loyalty awardee. Ambuyok Alona May L. with honors. Parents Mr. and Mrs. Wilmer S. Ambuyok. Conduct awardee, Loyalty awardee. Aquino Winnie C. with honors. Parents Mr. and Mrs. Max B. Aquino. Conduct awardee. Cabada Diane S. with honors. Parents Mr. and Mrs. Marla D. Cabada. Conduct awardee. Cabalse Ronnie May R. with honors. Parents Mr. and Mrs. Ronnie B. Cabalse. Conduct awardee, Loyalty awardee. Cadano Catherine B. with honors. Parents Mr. and Mrs. Conrado B. Cadano. Conduct awardee. Calip Jelian B. with honors. Parents Mrs. Jonalyn B. Calip. Service awardee, Loyalty awardee. Delphine Debbie Liza P. with honors. Parent Mrs. Mercedina P. Delphine. Conduct awardee, Loyalty awardee. Dulay Jessica J. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Orlando L. Dulay. Escota Ronaline A. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Rolando O. Escota. Guerrero Cristel D. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Cipriano Roy A. Guerrero. Conduct awardee. Ildefonso Camille Ruth B. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Cornelia F. Ildefonso. Conduct awardee. Madriaga Cheryl Rose C. with honors. Parent, Mr. Arnold R. Madriaga. Menosaba Beatriz E. with honors. Parents, Mr. Joel Menosaba and Miss Norilyn Estacio. Conduct awardee, first place, Sai Modeling. Second place, Sayawit. Third place, Tug Sayawit, National Science Quest. First place, Tug Sayawit. First place, Sayawit, Division Science Quest. Nakalaban, Janine Rhea E. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Ryu B. Nakalaban. Conduct awardee, Loyalty awardee. Prado Christine P. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Francisco E. Prado. Conduct awardee. Ramos Javelin B. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Celestino A. Ramos Jr. Conduct awardee. Rihalon Ruby I. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Arturo M. Rihalon. Conduct awardee. Robusa Jonalie G. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Joseph B. Robusa. Conduct awardee, Loyalty awardee. Rodriguito Divine Grace M. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Domi P. Rodriguito. Conduct awardee, Loyalty awardee. Rodolfa Kyla L. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Bernard P. Rodolfa. Conduct awardee. Saturnino Jamaila O. with honors. Parent, Mr. Elton S. Saturnino. Loyalty awardee. Serrano Mary J. with honors. Parent, Ms. Annalisa S. G. Serrano. Tabayoyong Harem Gwen M. with honors. Parent, Mr. and Mrs. Bernardo Tabayoyong. Conduct awardee. Tropa Casey G. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Rodel M. Tropa. Conduct awardee. Victoria Casey B. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Ronnie C. Victorio. Conduct awardee. Once again, Information Communication Technology, Switzerland, with your advisor, Ruby Rose and Milian Ugma.
Information and Communication Technology, Italy. Alias Vladimir D. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Jodel alias, Loyalty awardee. Barrientos Dave T. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. David Barrientos, Loyalty awardee. Baon Janrico A. Alcaide. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Dennis Baon, Loyalty awardee. Kabading Elvin J. E. with honors. Parents, Mrs. Divina Kabading, Loyalty awardee. Castro Jansper T. Parent, Mrs. Gigi Navida Te, Loyalty awardee. Collado Mark Dennis B. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Dennis Collado. Dakanay Lionel Kyle G. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Leonard Dakanay, Loyalty awardee. Dalmacio Ricardo Jr. A. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Ricardo Dalmacio Sr., Loyalty awardee. Diarce Ryan D. Parent, Mrs. Andrea Diarce. Delmindo Stephen C. Parent, Mrs. Erlinda Cabas, Loyalty Awardee. Havar Mark Jean D. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Elde Brando Havar, Loyalty Awardee. Jonelas Jeffrey Brian L. World Honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Jose Jonelas, Loyalty Awardee. Leal Ralph Gerard B. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Gerardo Alexander Leal, NC2 Passer Computer System Servicing. Limos Kevin T. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Mario Limos, Loyalty Awardee. Merete Nico Jomari G. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Nelson Merete, Loyalty Awardee. Miana Harens M. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Amado Miana, Loyalty Awardee. Oriña Charles M. World Honors. Parent, Mrs. Josefina Oriña. Romero Mike Jasper A. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Jerry Romero, Loyalty Awardee, NC2 Passer Computer System Servicing. Santiago Lay Jandel. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Oliver Tineros. Sermonia Alfred R. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Arminio Sermonia, NC2 Passer Computer System Servicing. Sia Michael V. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Bernardo Sia, Loyalty Awardee, NC2 Passer Computer System Servicing. Te Joshua P. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Jerry Te, Loyalty Awardee, NC2 Passer Computer System Servicing. Teñoso Jerry T. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Dominador Teñoso Sr., NC2 Passer Computer System Servicing. Agustin Villa V. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Richard Agustin, Loyalty Awardee. Baluyot Ariel Crystal R. World Honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Ariel Baluyot, Loyalty Awardee. Belmonte Jessica May A. World Honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. John Belmonte, Loyalty Awardee. Casalio Jamaica R. World Honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Fabian Casalio, Conduct Awardee, Service Awardee. Cascabel Angelica M. World Honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Rodolfo Cascabel. Castle Anna May I. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Jessie Castle Sr. Claveria Remelin M. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Enrico Claveria, Loyalty Awardee. Elimancil Desiree P. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Joel Elimancil, Loyalty Awardee. Espirito Mila Rose J. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Robert Espirito, Loyalty Awardee. Estrada Maria Cristina T. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Nelson Estrada, Loyalty Awardee. Evangelista Jonah V. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Nolly Evangelista, Loyalty Awardee. Flora Jonaville L. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Jofilo Flora, Loyalty Awardee. Fontanilla Bernadette O. With Honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Gilbert Fontanilla, Loyalty Awardee. Gonzaga Jeneline T. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Jesus Gonzaga, Loyalty Awardee. Hernandez Rosalyn Joy G. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Hernandez, Loyalty Awardee. Madriaga Nicole R. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Manny Madriaga. Palarwan Ruby Ann F. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Fernando Palarwan Sr. Loyalty Awardee. NC2 Passer Computer System Servicing. Pimentel Angelica D. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Randy Pimentel, Loyalty Awardee, NC2 Passer Computer System Servicing. Quintos Darlina K. Parents, Mrs. Liza Quintos, Loyalty Awardee, NC2 Passer Computer System Servicing. Songyo Pevi Chona D. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Chofilo Songyo, Loyalty Awardee, NC2 Passer Computer System Servicing. Once again, our graduates from Information Communication Technology, Italy, with their advisor, Mrs. Jessel G. Season.
Information and Communication Technology, Denmark. Adlock Mark Lester E. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Feliciano Adlock, Loyalty Awardee. Bagasbas JMT. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Felix Bagasbas, NC2 Computer System Servicing Passer, Loyalty Awardee. Bagcal Eranio Angelo B. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Eddie Bagcal, NC2 CSS Passer, Conduct Awardee. Cachola Leonardo B. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Bernardo B. Cachola, National Certificate to Computer System Servicing Passer, Loyalty Awardee. Canyazal Brian L. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Ramon F. Canyazal, Loyalty Awardee. Castillo Fidel Jr. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Fidel D. Castillo Sr., NC2 Computer System Servicing Passer, Conduct Awardee, Loyalty Awardee. Cinco John Henry A. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Henry S. Cinco, NC2 Computer System Servicing Passer, Loyalty Awardee. Del Rosario Gilbert Y. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Bonifacio M. Del Rosario, Loyalty Awardee. De La Cruz Akira A. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Ricky F. De La Cruz, Loyalty Awardee. Esguerra Russell B. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Israel B. Esguerra, Loyalty Awardee. Fernandez Jr. Melanio J. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Melanio Fernandez Sr., Loyalty Awardee. Graniel Limar Paul P. National Certificate to Computer System Servicing Passer, Loyalty Awardee. Lalwan Jr. Mark June B. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Mark June Lalwan Sr., NC2 Computer System Serving Passer. Lazo Joshua Philip C. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Frederick D. Lazo, NC2 Computer System Servicing Passer, Loyalty Awardee. Martinez Ken Lawrence C. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Rico R. Martinez, NC2 Computer System Servicing Passer, Conduct Awardee, Loyalty Awardee. Mercado Christian L. P. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Rolando P. G. Mercado, NC2 Computer System Servicing Passer, third place Cluster Technolympics, and Loyalty Awardee. Novencido Zaldi F. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Randy A. Novencido, NC2 Computer System Servicing Passer, Conduct Awardee. Orlandis Arnold Jr. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Arnold Orlando Sr., Champion Sayawi, Champion Tug Sayawi, Division Science Quest, second place Sayawi, third place Tug Sayawi, National Science Quest. Oshas Jeremy A. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Milon A. Oshas, Conduct Awardee, Service Loyalty Awardee. Palasigue Jamel P. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. June M. Palasigue, Loyalty Awardee. Ramos Terrell Audrey. Parent, Mrs. Evangeline Ramos. Reyes Dan A. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Mario Reyes. Royalty awardee. Sanchez Herbert Blanton M. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Engelbert S. Sanchez. Loyalty awardee. Santos Bon Leonard B. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Ricardo T. Santos. Loyalty awardee. Shador Justin B. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Facilito A. Shador. Loyalty awardee. Sinaban Paulo O. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. John Sinaban. Loyalty awardee. Conduct awardee. Andrada Audrey Lynn A. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Carlito E. Andrada. NC2 Computer System Servicing Passer, Best in Work Immersion, Loyalty Awardee, Conduct Awardee. Aquino Angeline S. Parents, Mrs. and Mrs. Marcelino M. Aquino. NC2 Computer System Serving Passer, Loyalty Awardee. Kalika April Lynn S. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Justado Kalika. NC2 Computer System Servicing Passer, Loyalty Award. Canillas Bea Angela Y. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Willie Canillas. NC2 Computer System Servicing Passer, Loyalty Awardee, Conduct Awardee. Damaso Alea Joy C. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Alex Damaso. Loyalty Awardee and NC2 Computer System Servicing Passer. De Los Reyes Janine R. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Rick R. De Los Reyes. Loyalty Awardee. Fernandez Ira R. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Jerry T. Fernandez. Loyalty Awardee. Naredo Ginaline E. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Jeffrey Naredo. Loyalty Awardee. Obra Jezebel G. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Wargito R. Obra. NC2 Computer System Servicing Passer, Conduct Awardee, Loyalty Awardee. Paho Christine Paulette C. With Honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Pablo A. Paho. First place, Cluster Tech Olympics. NC2 Computer System Servicing Passer, Conduct Awardee, Loyalty Awardee. Patricia Catherine P. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Elmer C. Atreo. Conduct Awardee, Loyalty Awardee. Ramos Joanna Marie B. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Antonio B. Ramos. Conduct Awardee, Loyalty Awardee. Repuya Angelica P. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Andrew H. Repuya. Conduct Awardee, Loyalty Awardee. Reyes Jemima M. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Joel B. Reyes. Conduct Awardee, Loyalty Awardee. Salagubang Angelica C. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Alan L. Salagubang. Once again, the ICT Denmark graduates under Mona Lisa B. Sercado.
We now come to the home economics. Germany. Briones Regiti. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Richard D. Briones. Conduct Awardee. Second placer Beauty Care Hair and Dry Makeup Competition Division Level. TESDA Cookery NC2 Passer. Best in TVL Work Immersion. Gallego Joshua R. With Honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Cesar C. Gallego. Loyalty Awardee. Conduct Awardee. Service Awardee. First placer, Bread and Pastry Production Cluster Level. First placer, Bread and Pastry Production Division Level. TESDA, Bread and Pastry Production, NC2 Holder, Best in TVL Work Immersion. La Marca Himon Limark O. Parents, Guardian, Mr. and Mrs. Wilson B. Salvador, Loyalty Awardee. Lampa John Ray George B. Parents, guardian, Mr. and Mrs. Danny C. Lampa, Loyalty Awardee. Melchor Harris, with honors. Parents, Mr. Emilio E. Hipona, Mrs. Jonabel D. T. Melchor, Conduct Awardee, First Placer Bread and Pastry Production, Cluster Level, First Placer Bread and Pastry Production, Division Level, TESDA Bread and Pastry Production, NC2 Holder, Best in Work Immersion. Salinas Stephen Lee G. Parents, guardian, Mr. and Mrs. Lucito P. Salinas, Loyalty Awardee. Vergara Terzo Jr. A. with honors. Parents, guardian, Mr. Tirso H. Vergara Sr., Mrs. Erlinda R. Asuncion, Conduct Awardee, Loyalty Awardee. Aguilinia Darlene S. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Danilo S. Aguilinia, Loyalty Awardee, Conduct Awardee, TESDA Cookery NC2 Passer, TESDA Bread and Pastry Production NC2 Holder. Alamilio Camela C. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Ben M. Alamilio, Loyalty Awardee, Conduct Awardee, TESDA Cookery NC2 Passer, TESDA Bread and Pastry Production NC2 Holder. Albay Jasmine Chloe H. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Renato R. Albay, Loyalty Awardee, Conduct Awardee, TESDA Cookery NC2 Passer, TESDA Bread and Pastry Production NC2 Holder. Alcantara Sheila B. Parents, Mrs. Marcela B. Alcantara, TESDA Cookery NC2 Passer, TESDA Bread and Pastry Production NC2 Holder. Alias Nicole R. Parents, guardian, Mr. Marlon L. Alias, Mrs. Angelita S. Ramirez, Royalty Awardee, TESDA Cookery NC2 Passer. Antolin Iana May. Parents, guardian, Mr. Ronald S. Aquino, Mrs. Marlene A. Aquino, TESDA Cookery NC2 Passer. Baniked Missy Kyla J. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Edmond S. Baniked, Royalty Awardee, TESDA Cookery NC2 Passer. Kadapan Maria Danica C. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Dennis A. Kadapan, Royalty Awardee, TESDA Cookery NC2 Passer, TESDA Bread and Pastry Production NC2 Holder. Calderon Megan Joy F. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Alex C. Calderon, Royalty Awardee, TESDA Cookery NC2 Passer, TESDA Bread and Pastry Production NC2 Holder. Capillo Janine Alexis L. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Rodrigo M. Capillo, Loyalty Awardee, TESDA Cookery NC2 Passer. Cardenas Julianne M. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Josefino P. Cardenas, TESDA Cookery NC2 Passer. Cayetano Generos E. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Ferdinand A. Cayetano, Loyalty Awardee, TESDA Cookery NC2 Passer. Doton Jennifer B. Parents, Mr. Feliciano S. Doton, Mrs. Mila B. Doton, TESDA Cookery NC2 Passer. Evangelista Rose P. Guardians, Mr. Ricky Evangelista, Miss Gina O. Evangelista, Royalty Awardee, TESDA Cookery NC2 Passer. Ferrer Aizel Joy R. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Dominador O. Ferrer Jr., Loyalty Awardee, TESDA Cookery NC2 Holder. Fragor Lovely Rachel C. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Renato M. Fragor, Loyalty Awardee, Conduct Awardee, TESDA Cookery NC2 Passer, TESDA Bread and Pastry Production NC2 Holder. Fuentes Mari F. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Julian A. Fuentes Jr., Conduct Awardee, TESDA Cookery NC2 Passer, TESDA Bread and Pastry Production NC2 Holder. Golingo Kimberly Y. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Roberto G. Golingo, Royalty Awardee, TESDA Bread and Pastry Production NC2 Holder. Gumtang Ginaline S.
Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Daniel V. Gumtang, Loyalty Awardee. Jordan Pizel Joy P. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Junicio B. Jordan Jr., Conduct Awardee. Lucas Julie Ann F. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Jimmy E. Lucas, Conduct Awardee, TESDA Cookery NC2 holder. Makato Trisha May S. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Dominador E. Makato, Loyalty Awardee, TESDA Cookery NC2 passer, TESDA Bread and Pastry Production NC2 holder. Maglake Mystica, with honors. Parents, Guardian, Mr. Evaristo N. Hora, Mrs. Yolanda M. San Juan, Conduct Awardee. Manipon Madeline T. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Armand C. Manipon, Loyalty Awardee, TESDA Cookery NC2 passer. Marsan Angelica S. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Bernaldo C. Marzan, Loyalty Awardee, TESDA Cookery NC2 passer. Mingrahal Noemi B. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Noli Mingrahal, Loyalty Awardee, TESDA Bread and Pastry Production NC2 holder. Miss Lang Lilian April A. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Colareto at T. Miss Lang, Conduct Awardee. Nardo Liza M. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Ernesto T. Nardo, Loyalty Awardee. Obongin Noemi R. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Jomar V. Obongin, Loyalty Awardee, Conduct Awardee, 4th place, Food Processing, Cluster Level, TESDA Bread and Pastry Production NC2 holder. Pable Carla May C. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. John M. Pable, Loyalty Awardee, Conduct Awardee. Palaganas Mariel O. With honors. Parents, Guardian, Mr. Ricardo M. Tapion, Mrs. Pema O. Palaganas, Loyalty Awardee, TESDA Bread and Pastry Production NC2 holder. Pascual Thelma P. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Romulo E. Pascual, Loyalty Awardee. Reyes Riza May R. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Tofilo A. Reyes, Conduct Awardee, TESDA Bread and Pastry Production NC2 holder. Reyna Clarissa S. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Leonardo P. Reyna, Loyalty Awardee, Conduct Awardee, 4th place Food Processing Cluster Level, TESDA Bread and Pastry Production NC2 holder. Rodolfa Claire C. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Normerte E. Rodolfa, Conduct Awardee, TESDA Bread and Pastry Production NC2 holder. Sumera Julie Ann Y. Parents, Mr. Boy H. Sumera, Mrs. Jocelyn M. Milarde, Loyalty Awardee. Supnet Maria Eloisa G. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Agrofino D. Supnet, TESDA Bread and Pastry Production NC2 holder. Ugali Catherine G. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Ruben F. Ugali, Loyalty Awardee, Conduct Awardee, TESDA Bread and Pastry Production NC2 holder. Urmatan Christine R. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Roderick O. Urmatan, Loyalty Awardee, Conduct Awardee, TESDA Bread and Pastry Production NC2 holder. Ventura Gina P. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Junar B. Ventura, Loyalty Awardee. Ilarde Alexandra May D. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Francis C. Ilarde, Loyalty Awardee, TESDA Bread and Pastry Production NC2 holder. Once again, our graduates from Home Economics, Germany, with their advisor, Katrina Jane V. Pastor.
Home Economics, Finland. Acosta Emmanuel V. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Elmer B. Acosta, Loyalty Awardee. Antonio Patrick Nico T. Parents, Mr. Rodrigo D. Antonio Jr., Loyalty Awardee. Cabinto John Rodel A. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Rodeline D. Cabinta, Royalty Awardee. Carja Robic Anthony, Parents, Mr. Rogelio B. Carcha, Royalty Awardee. Cohotan James Vincent M. Parents, Mrs. Rogelisa M. Cohotan. Espinosa Jolu C. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Joey P. Espinosa, Royalty Awardee. Fontanilla Roland P. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Roderick G. Fontanilla, Royalty Awardee. Guerrero Jason T. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Joshua V. Guerrero. Madriaga Jason B. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Marciana B. Madriaga, Loyalty Awardee. Medina Jerwin Gerald U. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Edwin C. Medina. Rimas Salvador M. Parents, Mrs. Rebecca M. Rimas, Loyalty Awardee. Romero Danrin B. Parents, Mrs. Estelita V. Romero, Loyalty Awardee. Tuginay Joshua M. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Pedro G. Tuginay, Loyalty Awardee. Almoete Nikki Lou J. Parents, Mrs. Marites J. Almoete, Loyalty Awardee. Andaya Eureka D. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Joel E. Andaya, Loyalty Awardee. Ariola Karine Joy D. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Romeo C. Ariola, Loyalty Awardee. Baniquet Carmelia C. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Fernando M. Baniquet, Loyalty Awardee. Barbado Diane N. With honors. Parents, Mrs. Emily N. Barbado. Behar Angeline B. Parents, Mr. Renato B. Behar, Royalty Awardee. Camisola Jemima Grace H. Parent, Mr. Walito H. Camisola, Royalty Awardee. Canlas Maris Angelica M. Parents, Mrs. and Marisa A. Mesamo, Loyalty Awardee. De los Poyos Rachel M. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Enrique S. de los Poyos. Dotimas Leonila T. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Albert Dotimas, Royalty Awardee. July Switzer and May P. Parents, Mrs. Noemi E. D. Alazos. Eufemio Maridivina D. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Aladdin C. Eufemio. Gabino Normina N. Parents, Miss Loretta C. Madanay, Royalty Awardee. Gonzalez Asil G. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Gaudencio G. Gonzalez, Royalty Awardee. Guzman Shane O. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Corazon B. Guzman. Javier Elamay Nicole D. With honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Glenn S. Javier. Labsan Jenny D. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Sosimo A. Labsan, Loyalty Awardee. Laconsay Veronica R. Parents, Mr. Reynaldo S. Laconsay, Loyalty Awardee. La Roya Patricia C. Parents, Mrs. Evelyn C. La Roya, Loyalty Awardee. Leonine Rosa Camela G. Guardian, Mr. and Mrs. Bernie M. Rayos, Royalty Awardee. Lumeda Angeline S. Parents, Mrs. Peladra C. X. Lameda. Magdown Christine Joy R. With honors. Parents, Mrs. Hermie M. Magdown. Manawis Karen G. with honors. Parent, Mr. Romeo L. Manawis, Loyalty Awardee. Mendaros Marietta R. Parent, Mrs. Marilita R. Mendaros, Loyalty Awardee. Mendoza Bless G. Guardian, Mrs. Joy G. Mendoza Patungan, Loyalty Awardee. Milanes Armina T. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Armando B. Milanes, Loyalty Awardee. Navarrete Johanna N. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Joven J. Navarrete, Loyalty Awardee. Pablo Gemaline R. Parents, Mrs. Genera R. Pablo, Loyalty Awardee. Passion Aries Jean E. Guardian, Miss Rosalyn E. Miguel. Polino Rhea G. with honors. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Marcela P. Polino, Loyalty Awardee. Payag Jeneline Jean Lee C. Parents, Mrs. Rerisa C. Payag, Loyalty Awardee. Pera Judian H. Parents, Mrs. Rowena G. Pera. Rodico Lovely Joy T. Parent, Mrs. Norma T. Rodico, Loyalty Awardee. Salagubang Imigel C. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Alan L. Salagubang. Saltarin Salvi E. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Rosany F. Saltarin, Loyalty Awardee. Santamina May F. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Joel E. Santamina. Ilarde Angelica G. Parents, Mrs. Amelia G. Ilarde, Loyalty Awardee. Once again, the graduates from Home Economics, Finland with their advisor, Marjorie B. Season.
Industrial Arts, Spain. Edralino Edmar Balansay Agmana, Loyalty Awardee. Parents, Mr. Edralino N. Agbanay, Mrs. Marilu B. Agbanay. Christopher Canapi Andayan. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Felipe C. Andayan. Jo Marie Bolibol Anical. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Jerry D. Anical. Russell Ines Arichita, Loyalty Awardee. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Jimmy S. Javier. Marlo Mayo Asuncion. Parent, Mr. and Mrs. Marcelo O. Asuncion. DJ Bulaya Baloca. Parents, Marlon G. Baloca, Mrs. Janice B. Baloca. Ivan Chester Cachero Bilen, Loyalty Awardee. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Jose M. Bilen. Rimar Madayag Blanca Flor, Loyalty Awardee. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Ricardo S. Blanca Flor. David Sherwan Buwak. Parent, Mrs. Mayfe R. Buwak. Jomar alias Cadiz, Loyalty Awardee. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Victorino F. Cadiz. Reniel Sabado Calderon. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Renato Calderon, Loyalty Awardee. Van Rebek Pascua Calisaan, Loyalty Awardee. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Nestor P. Viguera. Stephen Mills Cardon Claros, Loyalty Awardee. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Isagani P. Claros. Charles Lee Gan Galia Contillo. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Danilo Contillo. Lorenzo Salagubang Cornejo, Loyalty Awardee. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Virgilio P. Cornejo. Edison Galamgam de Guzman. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Edelino V. De Guzman. Jodil Abalayan Esteves, Royalty Awardee. Parents, Mr. Joerito C. Cabading and Mrs. Adelina Esteves. Mark Henry Marzo Estrada. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Randy S. Estrada. Jonathan Espanola Fabia, Loyalty Awardee. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Jeffrey B. Fabia. Christian Brian Tapia Fontanilla, Loyalty Awardee. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Loreto Fontanilla. Glenmark Gapasin Fontanilla, Loyalty Awardee. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Santiago Fontanilla. John Lloyd Buendia Ganaban, Loyalty Awardee. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Ronald M. Ganaban. Joshua Escobar Guluyugo, Loyalty Awardee. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Manolo Guluyugo. Nigan Lester Morales La Peña, Loyalty Awardee. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Isagani La Peña. Errol John Palma Macabali, Loyalty Awardee. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Edison Macabali. Danilo Babon Macato Jr. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Danilo M. Macato. Mark Clarence Sabado Macato, Loyalty Awardee. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Michael T. Macato. John Chris Degara Magaro, Loyalty Awardee. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Cristofino R. Magaro. John Orly Aguilar Magaro. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Orlando C. Magaro. Joshua Valdez Malate. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Marlito S. Malate. Jemel Gaspar Mendoza, Loyalty Awardee. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Ramil Mendoza. Mark Joseph Baldonado Meriales. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Benji Meriales. John Paulo Vergara Pescadero, Loyalty Awardee. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Paulo Pescadero. Arvin Dumanay Rabago, Loyalty Awardee. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. George L. Rabago. Jeffrey Pimentel Rendon, Loyalty Awardee. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Leonard Rendon. Patrick Montipalco Siguancia. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Wancho C. Siguancia. Gerald Sherwin Bello Sulpacio, Loyalty Awardee. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Richard B. Sulpacio. John Paul Calabucal Valdez, Loyalty Awardee. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Efren A. Valdez. Vincent Joshua Taiko Ilarde. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Albano L. Ilarde. Once again, the graduates from Industrial Arts Spain with their advisor, Christian Amor K. Arizala.
And the last but not the least, from Industrial Arts Sweden.
Acosta Erickson P. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Jerry Acosta. Acosta Ivan Ray M. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Raymond N. Acosta, Loyalty Awardee. Alberne Edlan M. Parents, Mrs. Edna Alberne. Andaya Lindon Yu. Parent, Mrs. Alma Yu Andaya. Areliaga Darren M. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Domingo Areliaga. Ernesto Fernan C. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Faustino Ernesto. Balsita Paulo D. Parent, Mrs. Delia Balsita, Royalty Awardee. Bolaya Hariber B. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Victor Bolaya, Conduct Awardee. Calix Chester M. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Armenio C. Calix, Conduct Awardee, Service Awardee. Cohotan Jerome M. Parent, Mrs. Rogelisa M. Cohotan. Dakanay Mark Willie L. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Wilfredo P. Dakanay, Royalty Awardee, Conduct Awardee. Dalasan Miguel Angelo A. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Romeo and Dalaso, Loyalty Awardee. Espiritu Junior Ernesto P. Parent, Mrs. Lolita Tejada, Loyalty Awardee. Gatchalian Jonathan R. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Joel Ramos, Loyalty Awardee, Conduct Awardee. Ilafing Jeffrey R. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Nolly C. Ilafing, Loyalty Awardee. Makatangay Leomar V. Parent, Mrs. Marcela V. Bakatangan. Masongsong Adrian T. Parent, Mrs. Nida Masongsong, Loyalty Awardee. Milan Graham P. Parent, Mrs. Myra Milan. Mina Noli E. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Noel P. Mina. Nayal Francis A. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Fidelito Bandala. Nisperos Rodolfo Jr. A. Parent, Mr. Rodolfo Nisperos Sr., Loyalty Award. Novencido John Oliver B. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Oliver P. Novencido. Ortiz Mark Anthony T. Parent, Mrs. Elizabeth Ortiz, Loyalty Award. Padilla Edward Paulo L. Parent, Mrs. J.D. G. Padilla. Pascua III Artemio A. Parent, Mrs. Arlene S. Apuan, Loyalty Awardee, Conduct Awardee. Passion Vincent B. Parent, Mrs. Letty B. Passion. Patero Jr. Mario T. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Mario Patero Sr., Loyalty Awardee. Reyes Jerry J. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Leopoldo Reyes, Loyalty Awardee. Reyes Mark Joshua A. Parent, Mrs. Angelita Aban. Savidal Jeremy B. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Robert Savidal, Loyalty Awardee. Silang John Wilson O. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Tony Silang. Sotelo John Paul C. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Darmo Sotelo. Tamayo Daryl C. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Ryan Tamayo, Loyalty Awardee. Tamayo Mark P. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Yoroli Tamayo, Loyalty Awardee. Tibangin John Paul V. Parent, Mrs. Romela V. Tibangin, Loyalty Awardee. Torio Denmark B. Parent, Mrs. May Bides, Loyalty Awardee, Conduct Awardee. Valenzuela Ricoyan I. Parent, Mrs. Aileen Valenzuela, Loyalty Awardee, Conduct Awardee. Ilarde Mark Anthony Q. Parent, Mrs. Marjeline Ilarde, Loyalty Awardee. Once again, the graduates from Industrial Arts Sweden with their advisor, Nikolai E. Velasco. Sa mga nais kumuha ng kanilang litrato kasama ang opisyal na graduation cartooling, ito ay matatagpuan sa gate 2 ng ating paaralan. Siguraduhin kasama ang inyong mga magulang kapag magpapakuha ng litrato dito. Maraming salamat.
Congratulations, graduates! You usually can recall all the people you've shared your laughs with, but you rarely forget the people you've shared your tears with. Perhaps these words of Maya Roberts embody the true feelings of a graduate. We now listen to Timothy D. Torrio with highest honors from Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics for his message to all of us today.
Our distinguished guest, Dr. Laurie E. Chair, our Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Camilo C. Sison, the father of Tayug, Attorney Carlos Crescent R. Robini, the Cabernet Dynamic Woodsley Principal, Mr. Mark R. Martinez, Our respected OEC Assistant Principal, Dr. Walter Vargas People, teachers and staff, beloved parents, my fellow graduates, visitors, friends, ladies and gentlemen, a blessed and pleasant day to all. It is my honor and privilege to give my message to the National High School class of 2020. The batch should make a remarkable history, not only in the Philippines setting, but even around the world. To the graduating class, this day is supposed to be the day when we will march with full confidence and joy. With Abaray and Filipiniana, with laughter and smiles. With our parents and families, for at last, we will be receiving our diplomas and medals. These very evidence of our perspiration, inspiration, and motivation for the past 2 years of senior high school journey. But here comes the reality brought by the crisis, wherein our last year's expectation of 2020 was nothing but just an expectation. Expectation of summer vacation, expectation of annual with friends, expectation of the first year journey, and many more expectations. We thought that everything's going to be normal within the 3 months. But here we are, and just need to do normal work when COVID-19 pandemic. This point in time, I just want to share 3 highlights in the journey of class 2020 that also made a history aside from this historic graduation ceremony. First is the historic uniform. Our batch is the first batch to receive the uniform that senior high school students are now using. What's the connection? Well, small maybe, but our school uniform has connection shows great pride and honor, especially in representing our schools in different contests and programs. Our uniforms became one of the witnesses of how we face our senior high school journey. Whether it was an academic matter or not, from the now 2 weeks of the school to doors where we had our lectures and talks. Also, our uniforms were the witness to some of the loyal students who wore their uniforms even in dance practices or in learning with great pride. Who knows these people? Second, this story block name. Our batch received their respective names of section instead of only letters. Again, small names seem, yet these names of countries prove our diversified skills and characteristics, yet unified actions for the team. During last year's nutrition month, we were classified based on the confidence of our section or last name, and we saw that different strengths would work together to reach a common goal, like in building booths and selling products. Also, during the interviews, we did not compete as a class, but we compete as a cluster by exerting great efforts for the team. And lastly, these story success. Though there are still many things our batch historically covered and achieved, we were declared as the overall champion for the 7th week Foundation Week. It only proves that as the local seniors, we can still make an impact as one and show our prowess in various ways. So what is the point of telling all these stories? Here's what I want to remind us all. We can do great and mighty things as one, bearing the pride of our school or our team. We may not be perfect as an individual, but as a team, we actively fill in and bridge the gaps of weaknesses through everyone's strengths. As a team, we recently withstood the test of the digital curriculum and was able to reach new heights. As a team, we are resiliently adapting to the new normal and actively taking steps on the present issues. And as we celebrate National Disaster Resilience Month, with the theme, sama-sama pagsulong kung sa katagalan sa gitna ng bagong normal, I enjoy everyone, not only in their graduating class, to proactively and resiliently make significant differences in their respective communities. Remember, small may be big, but just like a tiny thing, it can spark and ignite greater things on fire. As I end my speech, let me thank the people behind the man I am. First, to the Almighty God, I give back all the praises, thanks, and glory for your protection, provision, and peace from the beginning and throughout the quarantine. And for all this all-sufficient grace that is making me the man He wants me to be.
To our ever-patient and caring parents who give their time and treasure and life so we can achieve the best in life, thank you very much. To my family, thank you for everything, particularly to my mother and father, nanay and tatay, aunts and uncle, cousin and siblings. Thank you for giving light and heat when I need them, and being there always, in all ways, to support me. To our teachers, our second parents, thank you for sharing your lives and inspiring us towards our future. Words cannot describe how grateful we are to you all. Mabuhay po kayong lahat. To my fellow graduates, this historic yet the mananagumpay batch, continue to be expert in your fields. Get out of your comfort zone and give to others. As John C. Maxwell said, in life, it's not what you have that makes the difference. It is what you do with what you have, and that is based completely on attitude. May we all find the attitude to serve others, for happiness is often directly proportional not to the value of material things we accumulate, but to the amount of time and focus we devote to others. Live with no regrets. Live your purpose. May this pandemic ingrain in us the value of life and time. So thank your family and friends, especially every time you have the opportunity. Again, I am honored and blessed to give my graduation speech to everyone. I am Timothy James de la Cruz Torio from Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics, greeting everyone, mabuhay and congratulations.
A great part of the success met by our graduates is the unconditional support of our dear parents and guardians. At this point, we shall also hear some words of encouragement and felicitations from a parent's point of view. We call on our PDA President, Mrs. Gemma A. Torre.
Our diligent and passionate OIC Principal, Mr. Mark R. Martinez, our ever-supportive OIC Assistant Principal, Dr. Roderick R. Castillo, Department Heads, Faculty and Staff, our Parent-Teacher Association members, beloved parents, stakeholders, student body and organizations, the historic graduating class of 2020, friends, guests, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant day. My warmest greetings and congratulations to the graduates of 2020. It is my honor and pleasure to give my graduation message. Graduation day is the moment in a student's life where he or she officially marks an end and welcomes the new path. It has been a year since the school year 2019-2020 had started. It seemed to be a usual school year. From the opening of gates and doors of education to sending children at school to attending flag raising ceremony and orientations or even symposiums. They were joyful days to remember, and we never expected this year's end of school, right, to be like this. For to us, especially parents of the graduating students, and to the graduating students themselves, have expected this moment, the graduation day, to be the best and brightest moment of all. Now, as we face the 4th month of quarantine, we're also facing screens to watch the graduation ceremony virtually instead of witnessing it live. Yet, we still somehow rejoice and celebrate. Why should we not? Let me share one thing I've learned from this pandemic. Gratefulness. Some may ask, why? But look around you. Who's with you? How much time do you now spend with them? What have you accomplished through this season with them? It may not be the perfect season to be happy. Still rejoice, for finally your works have been paid off. Your endeavors are now recognized. Your efforts made an impact. And lastly, you've written another chapter of your journey. To our faculty and staff, thank you for all your hard work to mold and bring up the best in our children. Truly, not all heroes wear capes, for some wear bag, be projector or laptop bag, umbrellas, and IDs with them. Mabuhay po kayo. To the graduating batch, let me tell you this thing. I am proud of you all. As I've mentioned earlier, this batch has become historic. I saw how strong and patient this batch is. I hope you continue to pursue your dreams and aspirations, to reach for actual graduation, especially to those who will continue their studies, to reach greater heights and depth, no matter how difficult aiming for them may be, to keep growing. As the youth of today is the future of our nation. Just like how we faced and are facing this pandemic, be resilient. I believe that if we can conquer COVID-19, we can conquer any challenges that may arise. Let me end my message with a quote by Martin Luther King Jr. We must accept finite disappointment, but we must never lose infinite hope. This time may be a disappointment to some of us, but keep going. There's more to this new normal than what we ever expected. Be grateful, be resilient, fight the good fight of faith. Again, it's my honor and privilege to represent Tayug National High School Parent Teacher Association for the school year 2019-2020. Mabuhay tayong lahat. God bless. Liyag naming alma mater.
One of the cornerstones of an educational institution is uttering its pledge of loyalty. To lead the class of 2020, may we call on Jeremy E. Lastimosa with highest honors from ABM.
Pledge of loyalty. In gratitude to you, my alma mater, I pledge my loyalty to you and your ideals. To perpetually uphold your standards and traditions, and to endeavor to serve my country and my fatherland to my utmost ability. Mindful that whatever destiny shall bring me, I shall have to live up with your highest and fullest expectation, worthy of being a true progeny of my alma mater, the Tayug National High School. Never to be complacent, we shall ever persevere for progress and service.
started this journey without knowing anyone or knowing what lies ahead. We encounter unexpected things that made us stronger and become who we are now. Surely, the class of 2020 will never be afraid of the future and what it will offer them, because everything starts at the beginning. We shall now listen to our dear graduates for the song that would reflect their memories of their stay at Tayug National High School.
Strangers setting out on a journey, never dreaming what we had to go through. Now here we are, suddenly standing at the beginning with you.
No one told me I was going to find you. Unexpected, what you did to my heart. When I lose hope, you were there to remind me this is the start. And life's a road that I wanna keep going. Life's a real one, going like you now and forever. Wonderful journey. I'll be there when the world stops turning. I'll be there when the storm is through. If we ever want to be standing at the beginning. Strangers, crazy adventure. Every dreaming, all dreams come true. Now here we stand, afraid of the future. At the beginning we do. And life's a road that I wanna keep going. Life's a river, wanna keep going. Life's a road now and forever. Wonderful journey. I'll be there when the world starts turning. I'll be there when the storm is through. If we ever wanna be standing at the beginning with you. I knew there was somebody somewhere. I knew love could go dark. Now I knew it really gone. I've been waiting so long. Got a crystal ball. And you want to go back to the one who told me back to road now and forever. Wonderful journey. I'll be there when the world stops turning. I'll be there when the storm is through. In the end, I wanna be standing at the beginning with you. I wanna keep going, going on, starting on a journey. I wanna keep going, love to the one going. And I wanna be standing at the
The academic year 2019-2020 has been another fruitful year manifested by our young people's achievements and success. So our dear graduates, pass on your recognition to your family, especially to your parents, teachers, and mentors who have assisted you in your journey of learning. Remember also to dedicate and give back this acknowledgement you have received to the source of all wisdom and goodness, our Almighty God. Appreciate them as they appreciate you. Once again, congratulations, class of 2020. Soar high, senior high.
We have now come to the end of our graduation ceremonies. Thank you for sharing this momentous celebration with us.
We were strangers, starting out on a journey, never dreaming what we'd have to go through.